All right, good evening, everyone. Oh, excuse me. At this time, I'd like to call to order the July 14th Macon County Board of Commission meeting. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for showing up. Your presence is powerful, and I just want to say thank you for that. We've got an action-packed agenda, as each of you know, and I think it's time to get started. Miss Tammy, do you have any announcements?
No.
No. Mr. Cade?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make the public aware that construction has started on the pickleball court, so that section of the rec park is actually closed to the public. So you'll see some signs up there, and you should start to see construction on the boardwalk at Arthur Drake Road in the next week or two. Is this better?
Yeah.
Sorry, okay. I'll repeat those. Construction has started on the pickleball courts at the rec park, so that area is actually closed off, so you see some barricades there. And construction should start on the boardwalk on Arthur Drake Road within the next week or two. So that area will actually be closed on that end, and the parking lot will be accessible from there off of Iowa Street near the intersection of Depot Street and Speech.
Commissioner Breed?
Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Commissioner Shields?
No, I'm fine.
Commissioner Antoine?
Hope you all had a good day and be gentle.
Commissioner Sherrill?
Can you hear me now? Chairman, at this time, I think it's appropriate to, I know there's an agenda item about the redistricting in Macon County as a liaison to the planning board. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I think it's appropriate to let the folks here that's concerned about redistricting as one of the front runners for redistricting in this county. Tonight on the agenda, I will not be seeking any action and expect any action. That's just my point of view. I think we need to spend some time out in the community for the next several months and talk to people that did not show up for the planning board meetings. However, that will be introduced from the planning board tonight as an agenda item. So again, I'm not seeking any action on the redistricting on this agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Leopard? Council?
Here you go.
Okay, I have a similar announcement. The data center ordinance, we have, Joe Allen and I have discussed that. We previously tweaked that a couple of years ago to make cryptocurrency subject to basically the noise ordinance, for lack of a better word, but for the operation that it couldn't operate between 7 at night and 7 in the morning. And that would pretty much drastically reduce any chances of that. We did have server-based facilities included in that, but to specifically deal with data centers, Joe and I were thinking we probably need to go ahead and ratchet that up a little bit more so it addresses that. If the way that would work would, the county commissioners would then ask the planning board to consider that and make a recommendation back to them. We would then have a public hearing on that next month, and they would vote on it next month. In your agenda packet, there is the language that we're talking about, including on that, and it's in red. That is on the amended and restated ordinance regulating high-impact land use. So if you have that, that's it. And if I'm speaking out of turn, commissioners, let me know. But I think this is the recommendation that the board is going to run with and submit to the planning board for their review and approval. I say all that in that we do have a large crowd tonight. If you're planning on speaking on that and you are in favor of this language, you're probably heard. And if you wanted to defer your time for something else, that'd be great. If you are opposed to the proposed language in here, and you are in favor of having data centers, at least the ones that are noisy and use large amounts of electricity and water, then by all means, you should have yourself be heard, because otherwise, you probably won't be, because I think the majority of the commissioners, or at least all of them at this point, are in favor of having restricted use on that. So that was my announcement. Hopefully that will help streamline some of the comments, and we can get through these. Not that it's a chore.
Thank you, Eric. At this time, let's see here. Yeah, at this time, I'd like to ask Commissioner Shields to lead us in a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance.
If able, go ahead and stand for a moment of silence. Remain standing for pledge of allegiance. Let us pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shields. All right, we have no public hearings. Do we have any additions to the agenda? Hearing none. We'll enter into the public comment period. So typically, public comment has a 45-minute time period. But tonight we have a lot of speakers, and we decided to let each and every one of you speak. We will not have a time limit, but we will adhere to the 3-minute per person time while you're engaged at the mic. We also have had the public comment separated with the specific titles that you guys signed up for. I'd like to make note that you're allowed one trip to the podium. So if you signed up for 3 different topics, feel free to get them all out at your trip. All right, just want to make sure there's no triplications up here. All right, so 3 minutes, and I will be a stickler to that. Out of respect for everybody's time, okay? Where do you want to start? Start with redistricting. First speaker, Joanne Rosner.
If you're short, it's hard to reach this microphone. I'm Joanne.
I hear you.
All right, so what do I do?
Press the button and it'll turn green.
Okay.
There you go.
Can you hear now?
Much better.
Start my Well, thanks for that. So, all right, thank you for starting over. I'm Joanne Rosner. I live in Scaly Mountain, North Carolina. I appreciate the announcement that was made about redistricting, but I think getting views out for the public record and as a testimony is an important thing. It is incomprehensible to me that public servants would consider placing individual political ambition above the goal of ensuring fair representation of Macon citizens by instituting a 3-2 voting model. The desire of an individual who does not wish to run against a currently sitting commissioner or who wants elections to happen every 2 years should not be the impetus to institute changes which harm citizens. It is equally unconscionable that elected officials here and members of the planning board would completely disregard the bulk of public comment in making their decisions on this issue and others. I see no benefits to citizenry of countywide voting, and especially of at-large commissioners. The only advantage is to candidates who wish to run. Voters should choose candidates and elect officials. Candidates should not be allowed to choose their voters. The only fair option here is 5 districts with each district voting for their own commissioner. This allows us to elect candidates who intimately know local issues, have a vested interest in the outcome of resolution of issues, and allows greater accountability of elected public servants to the voters who elected them. Democracy at its best is one direct vote for each woman or each man. The incorporation of District 2 precincts into the current District 1 and District 3 precincts results in an overshadowing of rural voices by residents of Franklin who may not be at all familiar with the issues in Scaly Mountain. I live on a dirt road, my power goes out all the time, and I want to keep it that way. I challenge you to place this into the forum of ultimate public expression. Place redistricting on the ballot and allow citizens to choose. Is this not, after all, how democracy should work?
Kim Lester.
Hello, I'm Kim Leister. I'm a resident of the town of Franklin, have been for 30 years. You can get it right when.
I'm sorry.
And it's okay. And I'm on the town of Franklin Planning Board. This evening, I speak to you as a private citizen. I attend county commissioners meetings pretty often, almost every time. And I've heard a lot of talk about fairness, but it is giving fairness to people who are running versus to what is right for the community, what is fair for citizens. When we look at the what's been proposed by the planning board, the 3-2, there's a couple different possibilities. 2 districts could have 2 representatives and 1 district only have 1, or 2 districts could have 1 and 1 district have 3. I fail to see how that is fair representation of our citizens, but that's just me. On the town planning board, we have certain criteria when we are deciding what to suggest to the town council. One of the items is this in the best interest of the community, or is this for individuals? And I think that is one of the things that really needs to be considered when you're looking at the redistricting situation, and that the community should be your first priority. A little off topic is the roadless rule that the Department of Interior is repealing. They announced it in June of 2025, and they are working towards formal repeal. There's going to be a public hearing hosted by Mountain True at the Cowie School on July 23rd at 5:30. I encourage everyone to look at this. By repealing the roadless rule, it makes our national parks more, our national forests rather, more accessible for roads, which can increase mining and logging. I request that the town board look at this situation and put forth a resolution, and I encourage all citizens to attend that open meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Lisa Walker. Hey, before you get started, Miss Lisa, is there any way to treat this like graduation and hold our applause for the end? That's okay. That's a joke.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate all of your service. I'm Lisa Walker. I live in Franklin, and I'm once again in front of you to urge you to vote no on the suggested change in the 3-2 voting district. And I appreciate the fact that there's no action to be taken on it tonight. I have attended every one of the planning board meetings on this topic, and I can share that there was no clear decision criteria, no data collection, no data analysis, and no serious consideration of any of the other redistricting options that were on the table, including the simple option solution of leaving districts as they are today and just aligning the term dates for those in District 2. About 20 people gave public comments over the 3 meetings, and only 1 person was in support of the 3-2 configuration. If there's a change, the vast majority who spoke want 5 districts with pure district voting. I realize this is a really heavy lift for Macon County, but this is a serious decision that will last our county, that will last decades. There's been fear mongering about the unconstitutionality of our current map. This was refuted during the planning board meeting. Unfortunately, the county attorney wasn't able to make that meeting and to refute this when the claim was made. Importantly, there are other counties in our state who have a similar configuration to ours, with multi-member and single-member districts. I know because I called them. Scotland County, for example, has 1 multi-member district and 3 single-member districts. It's constitutional because they all have at-large voting, exactly like Macon County does today. I think it's really important for constituents to know that you are considering a map that could result in 3 out of the 5 county commissioners residing in the least populated area of our county, or more likely, 3 county commissioners living in the smaller District 2 footprint with significantly expanded territories for District 1 and 3. Either scenario results in over or underrepresentation for voters, and especially for those living in the Nantahala and Highlands districts. The counties that I surveyed chose district configuration to maximize representation and not candidate advantage, which seems to be one of the driving forces for this change. So I urge you to bring this to the people, put it on a ballot, and let us decide. Thank you for your time.
That clapping thing is still happening.
I tried.
I'm Constance Neely. I'm from Scaly Mountain, and I really appreciate always the opportunity to share our views. The redistricting decision for me is about whether you will strengthen local representation and public trust or weaken both of them. I want my commissioner to live in my community. I want them to know my community, and I want my community to know them so well that they can hold them accountable at the ballot box. And that's why I support the 5-0 option of pure voting. Across 3 planning meetings, the clear majority of public comments did not support 3-2. 1 comment supported it. Yet the planning board sent you a recommendation for 3-2. And that includes votes from some of the planning board members who never spoke or explained their reasoning during deliberations. When the public shows up in good faith and board members respond with silence, it undermines the confidence in the process. It raises serious concerns about how that outcome was reached and if that decision was reached in advance of the session. You are not obligated to accept the recommendation of 3-2. You have both the authority and the responsibility to say no. If there's going to be a change, please, it should strengthen representation, not dilute it like it would do for Scaly Mountain. I was at my community association meeting last week, and I asked who knows about redistricting. Nobody. Nobody in my community at the association meeting knew anything about this process. So I appreciate what I just heard, that we are going to go out to the community. I feel like we really need to get the input of voters first and earn the trust of the people that are being served. So in my view, would include a robust citizen education process for all the options that were presented and their implications, and that would be followed by a referendum. Please let the voters decide how they're represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Pickett.
Hello again and good evening. I'm Margaret Pickett. I live full-time in Highlands. As we're still engaged in a countywide discussion about changing the configuration of the county commission, I'm asking you to reconsider the issue of at-large voting. The decision by the planning commission to vote on and keep at-large voting was made before the various other options were discussed and weighed. By making that decision, the option of a 5-district pure voting option was immediately taken off the table. District voting, also known as pure voting option, allows the voters in the district to choose their representative, gives them greater access to the representative, and allows the representative to have better knowledge of the district's needs and issues. On June 9th, the same day as Macon County Commission met to discuss the library board, Highlands Town Board met and was presented with the various options in redistricting Macon County. According to a report from one of the members, the consensus of the board was that breaking the county into 5 districts with the required as close to possible 20% population per district is the most logical and fairest way to go. The pure voting option would give the voters greater say, and each commissioner a smaller constituency, so voters would have the ability to know their representative. As Highlands resides in District 1, and our representative champions the 3-2 option to the county commission, there is no advocate for our government's position on this board. I'm here as an advocate for the 5-district pure voting option and asking you to reconsider the at-large voting recommendation from the planning board, as well as the 3-2 option they recently voted on. As there is no hurry to make a decision and the public comments at the last planning board were overwhelmingly in favor of the 5-district option, I hope you will look at all the possibilities for change and seriously reconsider the 5-district pure voting option to better serve all your constituents. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you. Lorraine Ross.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you today about redistricting. I'm Lorraine Ross. I live in Franklin. I'm in the Union precinct. I don't support the 3-2 proposal, and I continue to question what is wrong with our current system. I attended the planning board meeting, the last one, to learn more myself, to be there. And I really came away with more questions than answers. For example, what is broken about the current system? Other than a person wanting to run for commission, a claim that our current system is unconstitutional, that cannot possibly be true. There's been no public concern about our current districts, not from the elections board, not from Senator Corbin or Representative Gillespie, not even appearing in the rant and rave section of the Franklin Press, which usually raises these kind of topics. Who will draw the districts? How will precincts be assigned? Will the current precincts be split? Where will my precinct, Union Precinct, end up in this scheme? When will the new plan take effect? What steps must be taken to ensure it meets all North Carolina law? None of this has been fully explained. I fully support Mr. Culpepper's decision to vote no at the planning board. This is in a state of total confusion. We need more answers before this drastic step is taken. I would also remind you that this will affect each and every voter in Macon County, all 29,000 of us. These are the people who should really decide. If you want to change, put it on the ballot. Trust the voters that put you here too. Please vote no. Thanks again.
Thank you. Richard Siegel.
Thank you very much for allowing me to address this situation and speak to you guys. I'm Ricky Siegel and I live in Highlands. It's my belief that the plan offered by the planning board places Macon County citizens who live in Highlands in District 1 or the citizens in District 3 an unfair disadvantage. With 3 county commission board members being elected from 3 creative districts and 2 members being elected at large, possibly being elected from high-density areas, can mean that one district, District 2, could possibly have 3 voting board members. A 5-district Macon County Board of Commissioners, with each district electing their own representative who lives in their district, enables each district to have an equal voice. All that's wanted here is for people voting on the issues we care about, to the people who live and with us and among us, and understand the issues and the importance to us. There will no longer be a Highlands district or a Nantahala district, which was set up 50 years ago to give Highlands and Nantahala a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Patterson.
Good evening. Thank y'all for letting us speak, and I appreciate your patience as much as anything else. Hopefully y'all can hear me. I want to give you a little historic perspective on this. This was first voted on to change, to go to the system that we have now with his districts in 1976, so it's actually 50 years ago. At the time, there was 3 county commissioners, no districts at all, just basically 3 county commissioners. The reason it came about is taxpayers in the town of in the Highlands area decided that they needed some representation. Okay, and so they came to the town board, and then they came to the county board and said, give us some representation, just like Nantahala should have some representation, or that area of the county should have representation. At the time, 2 of the county commissioners are quoted in the Franklin Press as saying he had still heard no expressions of interest in revising the boards except for the proposal from the citizens of Highlands. Another county commissioner is quoted as saying his opinion was, quote, I still feel that this is not in the best interests of the county. But the county commissioners did decide to put it on the ballot, and it was on the ballot for the 1976 November election. And they divided this up into the 3 districts, the what we call Highlands District, which is Flats, Highlands, Sugar Fork, and LJ. The Nantahala District, which is Cartuga, Nantahala, Burningtown, and Cowie. And then the Central District didn't get divided up, not because they didn't want to, but because they did not have the actual population data to allow them to divide that into 3 districts. And so they kept it as 1 district and gave them 3 commissioners. So they had the vote. And the vote was overwhelmingly in favor by everybody in the county. The good people of Macon County saw the fairness of having representation from other areas of the county and overwhelmingly voted over 2-1 to have these districts and have representation in the other counties. And so even though the county commissioners didn't think it was going to be necessary, they did in fact go ahead and put it on a ballot, had a referendum, and the good people of Macon County, fair-minded that they are, all said, yes, that's the only fair way of doing it. And so I ask you to please consider putting it on a ballot and letting people understand what's going on, educate them the way it's going to happen, and let them decide how we want to elect our county commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Heather Johnson. Heather Johnson. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Johnson. I'm a resident of Alto. Thank you for leaving more time to do the proper data collection and hear from your constituents before voting on this issue. There's no rush to make redistricting changes. That leaves appropriate time to listen to your constituents and do the neutral due diligence and data collection needed to ensure apolitical neutrality and that the residents of Macon County are properly and fairly represented. So thank you.
Thank you. Linda Tyler.
I put my name down for 2 different things. I do agree with pretty much everything that's been said so far, but I'll save my comments for later.
Thank you. All right. Let's move on to data centers.
Josh,
Yes, sir.
would it be appropriate to, or just wait till it comes up? I'd like to address some of those,
We've got it on the agenda.
okay, I'll wait, cause anyways, there's a lot of missing.
Let's, data centers. I'm sorry.
We can't hear you.
All right. Let's move on to data centers. And the first speaker is Matt Jackson.
Hey, guys. Oh, actually, it works really well. So first off, I really want to thank the community more than anything else. Last week, I was extremely proud of how many people showed up for such an important factor that could happen to our small town and our small county. It was interesting, when I came in, I saw pickup trucks and Subarus alike. I saw, sandals and boots, and I saw locals and I saw damn Floridians. And they're all here, they all agreed on the same thing. They didn't want any data centers in our area. Now, we do have a wonderful thing in this county. As a realtor, one thing I love doing is taking people around and saying, this is unrestricted. And they go, bull, there's no way it is. They don't believe me. There's caveats, there has to be. And I say, no, it's unrestricted. As long as you're not doing something against the law or against the EPA, it's unrestricted. You can do whatever you want. That's for the local man. It's not for businesses. The businesses, there are restrictions. And I'm proud of those restrictions. And you guys have done a good job. You guys have put some good restrictions on the board. You've helped with float ordinances. I know that was a tricky one and messy one for a little bit. And then there's also the crypto mining, which I agree with. I see the high impact ordinance for the crypto mining. I disagree just at face value. I want to look at it a little bit more. That just putting data centers is a catch-all. I worry that there are too many loopholes that can be involved with that. I like that the fact that the town is putting a year moratorium on it for research purposes. I fear the idea of just slapping the data center label next to cryptocurrency is enough. I just have concerns with that. So that's the reason why I'm still talking, even though we have some potential movement. I'm glad to hear y'all are not in favor of any data centers. I hope that stands true. And since I got 1 minute left, all y'all were very good students of Bob Barker. I hope, every last one of y'all. So I hope you all understand how important it is to spay new to your pets, and I'm sure you all do. Please, please, I encourage you, go one step further. And please tell your friends and your family, snip them. Get them snipped. Thank you.
Betsy Bates.
Good evening, gentlemen. Nice to see you here up in this nice big room, and the room is full. I'm going to start with, you asked for any changes that need to be made on the red line part of the document. Amended ordinance regulating high impact land uses in Macon County, chapter 157, page 10, number 21. The chart of specs for separation, setbacks, and buffers. You said you don't like the language. Under the crypto mining line item, please broaden the definition of these facilities. That's what the county commission did. The town council, sorry, that's what the town council did, was felt like it was too specific. Making it broader makes it harder. So I can give you this page if you want to just, you can do that. Now, apologies to storytellers of African and American traditions and to Joel Chandler Harris. Well now, those rascally county commissioners hated Betsy Baste on account of she was always speaking up and being bossy. So those commissioners decided to capture and kill her spirit. They thought and thought until they came up with a plan. They would let tech companies come in and build and make lots of money and not pay taxes and destroy the environment. So they lured Betsy in with their plan. Oh, please, gentlemen, please do whatever you do. Don't throw me into the untouched forest and make me hike a trail. March me, roast me, shame me, do whatever you please. Only please, gentlemen, don't make me paddle on those cool, clear waters of the Little Tennessee River when it hasn't rained. Drown me, march me, shame me, do whatever please. Only don't torture me with peaceful, quiet spaces. Blast my ears, drown me, do whatever you please. Don't make me drink clear water from my well. But despite all my pleas to do otherwise, you protected our forests and our rivers. You ensured that our communities have quiet spaces and clear waters to drink. You see, I was born in a small town, and I believe it's important to value and protect the people and our land. So thank you for doing that in advance.
All right, Chuck Watson.
Good evening, I'm Chuck Watson, a long-time resident of Macon County. My family's been here well over 100 years, and I choose to live here, and I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. And I appreciate every person here and what you do for Macon County. I want to talk about a couple things tonight. Data centers, I don't want to talk about much because I'm ignorant. Like, I don't have enough information to just say, spout all of this. However, I have some concerns about data centers, and before I speak too negatively of it, I feel like I should get a better education. What I do know about data centers is it doesn't seem like where we need to be in Macon County. So moving on to since the flock cameras. I appreciate our law enforcement. We've had a good run of sheriff and the sheriff's department. Thank you very much. I appreciate what you do every day. However, I feel like the flock cameras absolutely step on and infringe on our privacy rights. And you can easily argue, say, hey, it helps us in law enforcement. And I see how it would, and I would agree with that. However, we have flock cameras now, and by far we're not without crime. And I'm not sure that it's helped a whole lot. But what I'm most concerned about flock cameras is, where does it go from here? Like, is this the beginning? Like, what's the next liberty? We saw in the COVID period just a few years ago how it went from 14 days to 3 years of overreach. And that's not where we need to be in Macon County. So those are my concerns tonight, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chuck. Rob James.
Hi, my name is Rob James. I'm a lifelong resident of Macon County. I've come up here to ask that if we can, to put a further moratorium on data centers. I have worked in the computer industry as a server tech for about the last 20 years or so. And let's see. First, I'd like to clear up some confusion about what type of data center we're talking about here, as I've seen a lot of people comment online about how we already have data centers. I don't see, what the difference is. The type of data center I'm referring to is not the couple of server racks in the local business, or even the ones that take up the bottom floor of a building somewhere, but the ones in some of our neighboring counties that span 70 acres, can draw hundreds of megawatts of power. The kind of centers that dwarf our local Walmart 10 times over require gas turbine generators, not as a backup, but to operate day to day. The kind that drink creeks dry and wells and replace the water with murky, chemical-laden cooling system discharge. For the last 2 decades, I've watched as CEOs have lost their minds and fortunes trying to make the next big thing in tech happen. You might remember how everything was going 3D, or how VR and the metaverse were the way we were going to go with everything online. Now AI is the bright, shining future for those bold enough to reach for it. Get into it or get left behind. The problem is that brave new world sacrifices requires sacrifices to be made in the form of vast amounts of water, land, and power, enough resources to sustain, house, and heat entire states' populations. All of that to generate a picture, fake a video, or replace a person on a computer with an LLM that uses everybody's internet posts to hallucinate answers to the questions it's asked. All while the companies building these data centers are burning money they don't even have for a product that doesn't make money. For anyone who would like to see this in real time, there's a website out there called aiprofitable.com. Go see it for yourself. What you will be greeted with is an answer to the question, no. Just below there are graphs that show all of the major AI companies, the amount of money that they are burning in real time to make AI happen. The only companies listed in that are in the green are the hardware companies selling the silicon or virtual shovels to all these miners. All the while, those companies are being paid with IOUs. What I'm saying is, let's not sacrifice our future for this house of cards business idea that will not create any jobs around here, even construction or anything like that. They hire huge national companies to come in and build these things. And honestly, speaking on the flock cameras, a lot of these are being used to take that flock camera data and collate it and run the AI LLMs against that so that they can look up information on people if they need to.
All right. Sorry to cut you off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Michael Scarborough? Scarborough?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Michael Scarborough. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm very proud of my community. I was at the city meeting before. A lot of this probably could be avoided. You've heard all the evils of data centers, and I will agree with most of them that they are not something we want in our community. We don't need. They've got built-in obsolescence. Then we have to deal with the problem that they left us, not only with what they've done to our environment, but the fact that they leave a giant eyesore in our community. So that's all been rehashed over a million times. We have an ordinance in place that tries to address it. It does need improvement. The term "like" is very vague. The other big problem with this is if some builder comes in and they want their data center, they meet all the setbacks. They buy enough property, they meet all the setbacks. They're in the right area. Then it's up to you guys to have another zoning commission board and to change the zoning ordinance that the public wants. Biggest problem with that is lack of transparency in zoning changes. It is very, I've been a resident here now 12 years. I try to follow these changes. I've been an active part of the government where I came from. I'm an IT person by nature. It is very difficult to find what these zoning ordinances are going to be talked about in these meetings. It just says zoning ordinance, blah, blah, blah. Then you have to go search through the websites and try to find it. Often you can't even find it. You can find it on some media pages and some people talking about it, but it is not very public and very clear. That is something that is easily fixed. All you need to do is when you have these zoning changes, throw up an extra page that lists these zonings so people can go online and look. It would avoid a lot of the confusion and a lot of the anger that we've been seeing. Most of this is all over miscommunications. The people don't understand what's going on. You need to find a better way to be clearer to your constituents. And I'll give you back in a minute and say thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Miss Judy, you're going to have to help me with your last name. I'm sorry. No, Judy Hartley.
Well, I was at the last meeting. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. At the meeting that we were, the town, the lawyer, is he the lawyer for the county? So can I ask the question? They said they were going to do a moratorium. And the lawyer said, that they were going to do that so they could investigate because the language was not really sufficient for what we were going to try and not let the data centers come in. So I'm hoping that you all will agree to a moratorium, and I'm hoping that the lawyer will find the proper wording which will not let anybody slip in somewhere. So, that all being said, we have 330,000 acres in Macon County. Half of that is in federal land. Most of the data centers, I'm here to talk about the data centers. Most of the data centers are probably thousands of acres. Now, we have a lot of mountains. We don't have a whole lot of flat land. Everybody comes and builds on the side of the mountain. But coming into our beautiful county from Clayton, there is lots of land on both sides. And I just think it would be a terrible thing. You know, I don't know how much of that is for sale, and it just would break my heart that people come here to hunt and to fish, and you boys hunt and fish, and you don't want that messed up. And, you know, as a county, it's a little different. The town does tourism, but county, I think you're more probably, you know, not that they're not concerned about us, but the data centers, from what I know, I ditto everything, and that young man there with the glasses, Rob, he made a comment, I think, at the last meeting. Water is something you can't live without, and we really don't know what the toxic waste is. You know, when I was doing some investigating, it's called e-waste, but nothing tells me where this goes. I'm assuming it goes into the ground. I'm assuming it goes into our water. And it would be a terrible, terrible thing. It not only will affect the humans, but the beautiful deer we have and all of the fish that you all hunt. It's not going to be here. And if it is, it ain't going to be worth eating. So we really have to think about this seriously. The lawyer really, he's going to have to earn his pay to find the words that will keep anybody from sneaking in and doing it. There are already in this great place called America 4,500 data centers. They are built all over our country. Go ahead.
I hate to cut you off.
Oh.
But your time's up.
Okay, can I just say this last thing? I just got one little bit.
Very, very quick.
Okay, they're built all over our beautiful nation, in California, Illinois, Louisiana. They have a meta one. It's 3,500 acres. And in 10 years, this is what the young man said, in 10 years, the technology that is here now is going to be non-existent. You walk out of Walmart with a computer, it's already obsolete. And that's what's going to happen. You got those big buildings, you need to think about them ugly monstrosities. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Johnson. Sarah Johnson.
Good evening. I'm sorry. I had a whole thing planned, but looks like I may not need to say half of it. I do want to point out that the reason I'm speaking tonight is because the data centers would create so much light pollution, it would actually damage your tourism economy. Because most of your tourism around here, you may not know it, comes from dark sky tourism. And if you look on this really pitiful little picture I took for you, screenshot, of the light pollution map, I don't know if y'all can see it. This little tiny blue spot is Nantahala. And right in there means you get to see the Milky Way. And it's one of the few places in western North Carolina, dare I say the region, if you want to go 8-hour drive to go see the Milky Way. A data center would create so much light pollution that you would see it from while you bought. Trust me, I've taken pictures. With the light pollution we currently have, we are in trouble, gentlemen, and I really suggest that it would be wise to do what you can to limit your light pollution, because your tourism from dark skies actually pays more than your regular tourism because they stay overnight more. They spend money in your community a little longer than a regular day tourist. And the reason that matters is because I'm into lightning bugs. I mean, it's my business, and they will not handle any more increasing light pollution. And we are also the salamander capital of the world. I don't know if I told you this. I probably have before. That is important because we are currently in an extinction crisis. And our area, I don't know if the rest of y'all can see it, we are in a 4 or more species that are possibly endangered or threatened. And we really need to do what we can, gentlemen, to save this, because those little words in your legal language, every little bitty word, you've got a lot hanging on it. I want you to make sure your words are nice and buttoned up tight, better than me. And if you could, the flock cameras, they are not very good because they too require the data centers. I don't think that's a good thing. And if we could, yeah, I think redistricting late would be a good idea too. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Raymond Shaw.
Would y'all like me to leave these?
Just a second ago, our county attorney mentioned that there would be restrictions at the Bitcoin facilities if one was built here in Macon County based on noise. What restrictions are against Bitcoin facilities about draining water is my question. Because the Bitcoin facility in Andrews was converted to a data center, and that was the loophole they used. Was it being a Bitcoin facility? So I just think we should have way more restrictions than just noise on a Bitcoin facility in Macon County. That's a loophole. We're educated enough in this county to see what's going on. Octo, that area is where the land looks like a data center would probably go. Why are we trying to split up the districts and change the voting where Octo in that area may not be represented fairly enough anymore where the data center would probably go? Our town manager said in a news report that we have places in Macon County that would, what was her word, embrace or no, accommodate a data center in Macon County. So which parts of Macon County and what districts are worth giving up for a data center so we can't have clean drinking water for our children and our grandchildren? Some of you men ran on the terms of that you are a 6th generation Maconian. How far are you willing to go to protect the 6th and 7th and 8th and 9th generations to come here from cancer, from the noise pollution, from everything that's associated with these data centers? People across the nation are crying out and not being represented over this. The last thing I would like to say is AI has never worked a 12 or 14-hour shift. It doesn't know what a real life sacrifice is like, trying to determine are you going to be able to pay your bills on time or pay for your kid to go to camp. It doesn't know what it's like to have a sacrifice. Are you going to fix your car or pay your credit card times or medical bills on time? It doesn't know how to, it's not real, it's fake. It's called artificial for a reason. It doesn't feel emotion, it's never lived. Do we invest in our resources, which are our children, and water, which is the best resource that we have in this county? It's the only resource in the entire galaxy that doesn't exist anywhere else but on this planet. Are we going to let our clean drinking water, which is the smallest amount of water on this planet, be exploited for computers? Or do we choose humanity? Are you fighting for people or are you fighting for robots to take our jobs? What happens in 5 years from now when you call 911 and you say you have a medical emergency and they don't understand your mama's southern accent and the data center is what answered by Bojangles drive-thru instead of a human being? We need to invest in humans. Our kids are looking at you gentlemen. Your decisions you make tonight reflect and will be your legacy forever. Nothing you've done for this county matters more than protecting us against data centers, and you will be held against this forever if you don't vote clearly and represent the people in this community. We will hold it against you forever. When you go up to dinner, everybody's not going to forget about it. This is how it is. You chose to be politicians and to be on the spotlight and to be judged. This is part of it. You're good men. We love you. Please represent us.
Nathan Pam. Nathan Pam.
I'm coming. Give me a minute. All right. I'm neither a Republican nor Democrat. I'm the son of Appalachia. NAFTA was a scalpel to kill American manufacturing. With so many fired, wages and benefits rotted. AI ain't no scalpel. It's a motorized bone saw, and data centers are the motor. Just to turn it on requires the inflation of power bills and computer parts and pollution that inflates health care. Who among us rednecks and hillbillies consented for a working class double amputation? Big tech bet the farm on AI, and it's a bubble. In their desperation to turn it into a cash cow, why would our lives matter? What's it called when someone forces herself onto another? How different is it when a community says no and is then violated? Washington and Raleigh ain't coming to save us. The Cold Wars, the Battle of Blair Mountain in particular, teaches when Appalachians seek justice, Flatlander governments will happily shoot and bomb us to protect Flatlander profits. When Elaine, a once-in-a-millennia catastrophe, struck Appalachia, Republicans blocked aid and Democrats played the quiet game. What Appalachian would testify against another for writing a computer virus or tampering with sensors to disable a data center's coolant system so it melts down? What Appalachian jury would convict for less restrained acts of self-defense? Your unanimous support against these data centers is expected. We can no more afford to be weakened by division than by going it alone. Appalachia must be unified as never before, so the fascist threatening any community is treated as a threat to all. And you must play your part in that, though we don't expect you to do it alone, of course. You didn't sign up to help organize the defense of Appalachia, but here we are. If you're not up to the task, you can honorably step down and we'll respect you all the more for it. Thank you very much.
Pam Haley. Maybe we need to practice golf claps.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Pam Haley, I live in Highlands, North Carolina. And one word kind of bothered me when you said restricted use of data centers. So I went around and I looked at some places where there are data centers, and here's what I found out. There's a constant high-pitched hum coming from these cooling equipment and the on-site power generations. People have difficulty sleeping. So I'm wondering if there's a low-pitched hum, are you still going to have the data centers with a restricted data center? People are having to keep their windows closed year-round. Some people are even resorting to putting plexiglass and even mattresses up against their windows. So, I mean, is this a way to live? In Prince William County, Virginia, they said there was catastrophic industrial noise coming from these centers. The sound penetrated inside their homes, so it was 24/7. The outdoor, of course, became totally unpleasant. And existing county ordinances were not written with data centers in mind, therefore making difficult enforcement. So it couldn't be enforced depending on when the laws were written. In Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, there's constant noise similar to a freight train. I left Florida to get away from hurricanes. It sounded like freight trains. Bright lighting at night that somebody already mentioned. Of course, property values are going down. I mean, nobody wants to live near these data centers. I think that's pretty clear. So I'm just asking you to please protect the people of Macon County and especially the future generations, and always vote against these data centers, not even with restricted use of data centers. Just no on data centers of all kinds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam. Next topic is the library.
Oh, Commissioner Young? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just have to say one thing. I forgot to
Matt,
mention.
I'm sorry. We're in public comment. You had your time. I hate to be that guy.
I understand.
Just Linda Tyler, you're up.
Sorry, it's fine.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Linda Tyler. I live in Franklin. Technically, I live in Virginia. Actually, I guess I'm kind of talking about data centers because, as I've read several times, we already have a data center. We have a library. We have several libraries. They're wonderful. And they provide the data that we need in many ways. I would like to say that exiting and ending the FRL, I think it's a horrible idea. It's served us for over 80 years. It continues to serve us today. Jackson County left. They made their bed. They'll have to lie in it. Moving forward with the FRL to support and hopefully change y'all's mind and maintain it is going to require thinking outside the box. Maybe we can find another county that wants to join us. Maybe it would help them out financially. We also need to put people on the library boards that support the library and want it to continue. It's not reasonable to expect people that are not in favor of a library system to try and support and maintain and improve it. They're just not going to have the heart in it. So please consider that when you're thinking about board members to put on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Dan Cole.
Thank you. I'm Dan Cole. I've been here for 20 years. This is definitely home. I'm glad to be here. I live in LJ Precinct. I teach at the high school. I was at South Macon before that. Want to talk about a couple things. Real brief on the data center. As folks have said, clean water is everything. And I appreciate the work that you all do because sitting at these meetings all the time and all the things that you do it's a slog, and I get it, and I thank y'all for it, for being willing to serve. But we live in the headwaters for the entire southeast. I spoke out against fracking when that was being talked about at the state level, and I thought, if the water in these mountains is polluted, it's going to kill the entire southeast. This is not just affecting Macon County, and that's a responsibility, whether we want it or not. That's just reality, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. As far as the library, I served 5 years on the Fontana board in Franklin, and with Ms. Karen Wallace, and we had very liberal people, we had very conservative people on the board, and we were doing the best we could. And you probably read my letter, so I don't want to get into all the politics, but basically there was a small group of folks who decided that they wanted to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and I think that was a horrible decision. They didn't get what they wanted in Macon County, so they went out to Jackson County and let that go down. And now I know it's left to y'all to deal with the financial impact. I guess my biggest thing is, from what I've read at the last county commission meeting, y'all voted to withdraw from the Fontana Regional Library System. And from what I read, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was not on the agenda. So I have some serious questions as to the legitimacy of that decision, and I know we have time to reverse it. And somebody just mentioned possibly looking at other counties. I don't even know. This is just a spitball and brainstorming thing with the Cherokee Qualla boundary. If there are other ways to do this, because I know the burden is heavy. It's a lot of money, but it's a good system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All right, moving on. My last sheet. Patricia Trigg. This page is labeled flock cameras.
Yes. I wanted to speak about the flock cameras. In the military, the most prized analytical tool is a pattern of life analysis. We take scattered data plots of vehicle here, a signal there, and assemble them into an intimate portrait of a target. Where they pray, where they sleep, who they meet. They use that against foreign enemies and declared combat under strict rules because they understand how powerful that is. Flock sells that same exact military capability to local police, and it points the cameras at us. This isn't just taking photos of speeders. Flock uses AI to build a vehicle fingerprint, logging the make, the color, and the bumpers, even your bumper stickers, to track movements over days without a warrant. Combined with software, like the upcoming Leonardo Signal Trace, it reads electronic signals from phones, smartwatches, tire pressure sensors, and even pet microchips to build a total digital profile. MIT researchers proved that just 4 location points can uniquely identify 95% of people. Flock scans over 20 billion plates a month. In this system, nobody is a suspect, yet everyone is tracked. The legal ground beneath these systems is collapsing. In Schmidt versus the City of Norfolk, residents challenged 200 Flock cameras. While the lower courts relied on outdated arguments, the Supreme Court's recent ruling at Catry versus the United States made clear that government tracking of location history, even brief windows, even stored by third parties, is a Fourth Amendment search. Justice Gorsuch explicitly warned that modern location data is a protected effect. A warrantless plate database is in severe legal jeopardy. Proponents will tell you that these cameras solve crimes, but catching a thief doesn't justify handing the government a machine that surveils everyone first and asks questions later. The framers wrote the Fourth Amendment specifically to destroy the general warrant, the idea that police can rummage through free people hoping to catch something. And the abuse isn't hypothetical. The Institute for Justice documented dozens of cases where officers used Flock to stalk ex-partners. One officer ran an ex's plate 69 times. That's why major cities have moved to cancel or pull the plug on these contracts. Commissioners, when you place a reasonable search record of every citizen's daily travels in the hand of government without a warrant, you aren't buying a safety tool. You are funding a military-grade surveillance apparatus aimed inward at the very people who elected you.
Thank you. Scott Based.
That was very informative and scary as HE double toothpicks. Anyway, thanks again for letting everybody talk tonight. This is not the first time that you've done that, and I really appreciate when you see a need that you expand a little bit, and it's really means a lot to us. Even if what we say doesn't actually happen, we at least get it off our chest, and I appreciate that. If just briefly on the county commissioner, if we have three and 2, everybody's voting for everybody. It's still 5 at large. It's just because one person lives one place. If everybody's voting on that person, they're still at large. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have districts and then not be voting for somebody in your district. On the Flock cameras, I can't believe this happened. We have at least 22 of these things in our community. This is y'all's job to watch out for our community, and this didn't happen. This is already here. This is just like when they cleaned the river up. All of a sudden, oh, they destroyed our river. Oh, we should have known about that, or we could. No, I think we need to get ahead of these things. As a community, as a commission, we need to know. We need to see what's coming down the road. We don't need to be spending time on who's reading what book or who's doing this and that. We need to work on what's coming to us and what's going to harm us, like these data centers. I appreciate the board's feelings on this data centers, and I really hope we can word this in such a way that that we can prevent these things from coming in. I know New York just passed a data center prevention laws. I just saw something in my feed this morning about it. I know they have nothing against our local lawyer, but I'm sure New York has a lot of lawyers working on this thing, so they probably have something that's pretty tightly worded, and maybe we can glean something from what they had. And thanks again for hearing everybody out.
I see Chuck Watson, but I think you already spoke.
Yeah, I'm good.
Bill Trigg.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. County Attorney, Mr. County Manager. I'm here to speak against the use of flock cameras in Macon County. It seems to me that what this amounts to is basically a warrantless search. It just seems to me that you have data being maintained, as I understand it, by a company that has a contract with law enforcement. That makes no sense to me. It sounds like China to me, is what it sounds like. And, you know, I'm not anti-law enforcement by any stretch of the imagination, but this goes above and beyond, and it needs to stop. And there are a number of communities that have already stopped it. And I have a list of some of those, which has been compiled by an organization called deflock.org. And I brought enough copies that y'all can each have one and track it down for yourselves, should you be so inclined, and I hope you are. There's going to be a lot said by a lot of people about this, so I'm going to shut up and let other people have their say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Casper.
Good evening. Each of you, as elected officials, as well as all of the law enforcement officers that serve in Macon County, took an oath to support, uphold, and defend the constitutions of the United States and North Carolina. The key word in my mind is defend. Enshrined and protected in our constitutions are our freedoms. These documents exist not to tell us what we can and cannot do, but rather to tell you, the government and its officials, what you can and cannot do, so that we remain a free people. We give you our consent to be governed. You promised God and all in Macon County to support, uphold, and defend these freedoms, not slowly let them erode away. Also critical to this discussion is the word prudence. Not as common today, but it held great weight in the day of our founding fathers. It's the idea that decisions must be made with foresight for the future. While these cameras in Macon County may not have violated someone's freedoms yet, surely you can see the potential for abuse, not just locally, but by anyone who is capable of gaining access to this data. Further prudence would also recognize that the mere presence of legal battles across the country would require, at the very least, a pause. What happens if in a year or two the courts discover that these indeed violate the Constitution? Are you okay with facing the citizens of Macon County and saying, we had the chance to wait, but we proceeded anyway. Hope you can accept our apologies. Please do not be short-sighted. Look at the precedents this could create. The last time you had the chance to defend freedom was the COVID pandemic. Back then, you sided with agencies and government officials rather than our individual freedoms, citing you had no choice. You had to follow their instructions. Now it is different. Now you hold the entirety of the issue in your hands. Remember your oath to defend the Constitution, to defend our freedoms. That should be your primary focus. In a truly free society, it should be very hard to violate our freedoms. That's the point. I know that in this instance, that may make law enforcement's job harder at times. But we should see that as the blessing of freedom, not a hurdle to work around. That is a tough line to walk, but such is the burden you bear as leaders in a free society. If the argument is to approve any and all measures to make law enforcement's job easier, then where does that end? Some have argued that a phone or a smart TV or even social media can already be used to track people, and that's correct. But I can get rid of all of those things if I so choose. What we're talking about is government-mandated and controlled surveillance technology implemented against not only the will of the people, but against the freedom protected by the Constitution. Defend the Constitution and uphold your oaths.
Jimmy Goodman.
Good evening, everybody. I don't come up here very much, but this right here seems very, very serious to me. I do believe in my Fourth Amendment of the Constitution to not be searched with unreasonable aspects of it. And when you say that I drive off of my property line and now I can be searched, I just don't agree with that. I don't consent to it, and I don't think our government should either. I respectfully request that you guys not put not one more penny on surveilling us and trying to prove us guilty, and then we got to prove ourselves innocent. I've been watching videos over the past month and a half of atrocities created on the American people, and then they had to go prove themselves innocent. That is not the way this is supposed to work. The sheriff is supposed to, or the police officers are supposed to find a problem. They're supposed to go before a judge. They're supposed to get a warrant, and then they can surveil us. That's the way it works. We do not need mass surveillance in Macon County. And I heard Bill Tritt say something about China. I mean, China's the most surveilled country in the world. Is that what we're headed to? I'm afraid we are. I don't think we need any mass surveillance in Macon County. And I would greatly appreciate it if y'all do your best to stop any mass surveillance in Macon County. Thank you.
Donald Harris.
Firstly, I'd like to thank my community for everybody being here, because we all love our home. I thank all of y'all for your service and your commitment to that. I do want to talk about the flock camera, but I want to talk about it from kind of a different point of view. The Fourth Amendment in the Constitution of the United States says that we should have a reasonable expectation of privacy. That's what it says, period. When you're collecting this data, can I ask y'all a question? If you just raise your hand, how many of the commissioners knew about this before recently? Isn't that awful? I don't give my consent. I am all for law enforcement, and I'm all for having whatever tools y'all need to do your jobs. I understand that. But if I got 4 boys, if I'm raising 4 boys, and one of them does something wrong, I can't beat the other 3 for what Billy did wrong. And that's kind of what it looks like is going on here. In 1967, this was so important in the Constitution that the Supreme Court took this up in 1967 and expanded the Fourth Amendment. And the reason they did that was and it was in, y'all can look it up, it was Katz versus the United States. The reason they did that was to stop electronic surveillance, digital data searching, and law enforcement practices. That's what it's for. You can't, the sheriff, no matter what I do, he can't come to my house and just walk in. That's why they can't have arbitrary power over doing just what they want to do, or whoever decided that this was a good thing. You have to have it. You have to show just cause. You have to have, just because you've got bad people coming into the county, take care of that. I'm all for that. but you can't surveil the rest of us that didn't do anything. And where is my data at? Who's holding it? Or is it secure? Is somebody gonna steal my identity from it? I don't, that's about all I've got to say. It's something to think about.
Thank you. Jamie Miller. Jamie Miller.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Miller and I live in Franklin. And I think that we've heard from the audience here of, where everybody's heart is at. I did write a speech, but I'm going to tell you something a little bit more personal. My mom has this thing on her iPhone called Stalk by Family that she likes to use. And to tell you the truth, I love my mother. But to tell you, I'm 45. I don't want my mother to know exactly where I'm at every single moment of the day. And I love my government, but I don't trust you as much as I trust my mother. So in lieu of that, I don't want the government to keep an eye on me. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to work and I'm coming home, but I don't need to have somebody else micromanaging where else I go, where else I do, and who else I'm speaking to, and who I'm meeting up with, and what I'm doing in my personal time. I find that is the reason why we have such a great freedom in this country, is to be free of our privacy and be able to conjugate without having a fingerprint pressed down on us. The only thing I'm going to say is at the very end is, to anyone says that if you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. First, I want you to ask yourself a few questions. If you did nothing wrong, would you want to publish your map of everywhere where you go? And can I see that? The other question is that who and when are they going to be able to get this information? Is it going to be through a judge? Is it a warrant? Or is it going to be something where a police department can call Flock and get that information right from the get-go? I find that there is definitely an issue here that we definitely need to resolve, and I think that the community is definitely spoken on this. Thank you.
How you guys doing this evening? I'm Jeff Miller. I'm gonna put this to the side. Everybody kind of have an idea of what flock cameras do and what they can do and what they're gonna do in the future. As many of you guys in this room know, I'm Jeff Miller. I'm probably on the flock hot list from the Sheriff's Department. I made a mistake over 20 years ago, and I want to give you guys my point of view. I live in constant fear every day of my life because I'm surveilled. What I did when I was a kid was what made me in a category where I'm constantly checked up on. I'm always surveilled. I'm always watched. I have been targeted. I've been attacked professionally, personally, by officers, by people. I'm just trying to be the best person I can be with what I have. Knowing how being surveilled is it's the hardest thing to live with. I've suffered with depression because of it. I've been where I don't know how to go on with my life sometimes because it's so hard. And that's where we're going as a society, is we're going to be surveilled. Probably worse than what I'm dealing with. I mean, I'm going to get 10 times worse than they already am. But we're going to lose all of our rights. We're going to lose everything. We're not going to be able to go outside of our houses. There's going to be drones with microphones on them. I mean, they already have microphones on power poles, just saying, listening for everything we're saying. You have a political party that you're leaning on. That's gonna be marked in these AI databases. It's gonna know everything about you, where they can target certain people. I mean, I don't know, the whole FEMA camp thing is true, but I mean, they have a way of getting aggregated data to pinpoint who they want to put in, who they want to lock up, and it's just, it's not a good thing. I mean, I think Sheriff Holbrook is a good guy and he's very fair. And I respect the fact that the cameras are, good for, getting criminals, but I mean, how many criminals is it taking down compared to, all the violations of the Fourth Amendment right for all of us citizens? That's about all I gotta say. Thank you guys.
Rob told.
Good evening, Commissioners. I stand before you tonight in opposition to flock cameras, which are an egregious offense to a free people. Their existence is a knife in the back to every soldier going back to our founding who died or was maimed for life for the cause of our liberty. Benjamin Franklin said that those who give up a necessary liberty for temporary safety deserve neither. Our founders are rolling in their graves of people who call themselves Americans who willingly surrender the liberty that tens of thousands gave their lives, wealth, and property to protect and secure for future generations. In only a few short hours of research, I was able to identify a myriad of abuses of these cameras. I will not mention them all, but will highlight one in particular. In Georgia, which resulted in criminal charges, a police officer used the cameras to stalk his ex-wife and her new lover. He was then investigated by an officer from his own internal affairs department and summarily charged criminally. However, the very officer from internal affairs that investigated him was then charged for having used it 20 more times against someone that he was stalking. So, he doesn't have a good track record here. History has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that sinful men in government positions cannot be trusted with much power, if any at all. George Orwell's book, 1984, once required reading in high school literature classes here in Macon County, painted a picture of a future dystopian nightmare of a government that spies and tracks every single person and uses the invasive tech to exercise tyranny upon them. The technology which is employed against American citizens right now, violating our right to privacy and to be secure in our persons and property from warrantless searches, exponentially exceeds what that dystopian nightmare novel describes. The flock camera companies have already been caught lying about the capabilities of their tech. Let me provide a couple of examples from the investigation of a security researcher, Ben Jordan. He states, flock license plate readers take a timestamp photo of every vehicle that passes every camera. Police can search your historical travel information for 30 days. This creates a searchable database of everyone, not just the suspects of crime. If you were to build a graph of that sheet and plot it to a map, now it's as if you had a GPS on your car for the entire month. The supposed transparent flock company won't publish the total, but there are at least 15 cities that have flock-powered real-time crime centers, live network surveillance hubs, quietly watching everything that moves. Their Condor cameras are PTZ units that use AI to detect, zoom in on, and follow people in real time, panning and tilting to track human movement and sending live video to police. Security procedures found dozens of these streaming openly online with no password, letting anyone watch people walking or leaving homes in real time. While having lived the greater part of my childhood here in Franklin and graduating from Franklin High in 1987, go class of 87. I lived a long time in Naples, Florida, and Collier County. While there, almost a decade ago at this point, I helped spearhead a campaign to have red light cameras.
I hate to cut you off, sir, but it's time.
Thank you. Let me just ask, I'm not asking that you get rid of the cameras. I'm asking you to ban them permanently in the county.
I'm really reluctant to ask this, but does anybody else want to speak on any of the topics we just heard? I've got two more. Please address the mic and state your name for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your time. My name is Bodie Catlin, and I am a resident of Macon County. I am standing before you tonight to ask this board to vote no on contracting with or expanding the use of flock safety cameras in our county. I want to be very clear from the outset, this is not an argument against supporting law enforcement, Sheriff. Nor is it an argument against using technology to solve crimes. It is an argument against fundamental mass surveillance masquerading as simple traffic enforcement. Traditional license plate readers act like a targeted net. They scan a plate, check it against a list of stolen vehicles or active warrants, and move on. Flock cameras do not do that. Flock uses AI to capture what they call a vehicle fingerprint, logging every car's make, model, color, bumper stickers, and unique dents. More importantly, it stores that data in a centralized nationwide cloud database shared across thousands of jurisdictions. Additional research into Flock's terms of service notes the ability to also scan and store driver and passenger facial recognition. Under this system, 99% of the people tracked every day are innocent citizens going about their lives. When you place Flock cameras across our county roads, you're building a searchable 30-day historical heat map of every resident's private life, all without a warrant or judicial oversight. The U.S. Supreme Court made the constitutional danger of this clear in Chattree versus United States. The court ruled that geofencing, sweeping up location data on everyone in an area to catch a suspect, is a Fourth Amendment search requiring a warrant. The justices recognize that dragnet digital tracking intrudes on our reasonable expectation of privacy regardless of whether the data is held by a third-party company. Flock operates on the exact same suspect logic as a geofence warrant. Instead of investigating a specific suspect with probable cause, Flock turns our public roads into a digital dragnet. Beyond the legal and ethical concerns, Flock operates on an expensive recurring subscription model. Our taxpayers will be locked into paying ever-increasing annual fees for technology we do not own, storing this data on servers we do not control. Commissioners, safety and freedom are not mutually exclusive. We can empower law enforcement with proven, targeted investigative tools without turning our public roads into a permanent digital checkpoint. I urge you to protect our constitutional rights, protect our local budget, and say no to Flock safety. Thank you.
All right, our last speaker, please address the mic. And state your name for the record, please.
Hello, Michael Lyons, Union Precinct, District 2, I do believe. I'm wanting to be the one person, if no one else, to say I support the creative ideas you guys have come up with new voting districts. I, being part of District 2, have enjoyed 3 people out of my district for a very long time. But I see talent in Highlands and I see talent in Nantahala, and that shouldn't necessarily be limited to a single individual. So if a person across those district lines wants to have a go at it, to jump in as a member at large, I feel they have the ability to do that. Second of all, on the topic of data centers, I work over in Swain County, and I know that the commissioners over there have taken this issue very seriously as well. And I would like you guys to know that there is a public volunteer group right now working for the entire year ahead of their moratorium revote next year in the spring, so that they can lock down all of the restrictions, all the different pollutants that their data centers could generate. So I encourage you to talk across county lines to that county commission, find out, get their findings, and consider adding them to your own. Now, that said, I think there's something that needs to be said on that topic. I don't like the idea of selling off my precious Macon County land. The people of this territory that my family has been a part of since the Revolutionary War, to anything that could fall through, that could damage us, scar this territory. But I also understand how there's strong value. When there is value, you have to ask, okay, what exactly are you offering? These people are not making some money. They're making an insane amount of money. And so if they were to come here, I encourage you, make it strict. Sell yourselves high. These companies can sometimes make billions of dollars per acre. And so this is something that if they were to come here, they could invest heavily in everything needed to make sure this is as clean as possible. I'm just saying that I don't like the idea, but there's too much money to completely ignore it. And finally, I'm gonna talk to the cameras. I want you guys to know that there's a lady whose name is Charisma Elser. She was falsely accused for stealing a package off of a person's door, and she fought for months in court just to show, and she had to provide her own dash cam footage to free herself from serving time as a thief. So that was all courtesy of flock cameras. They create a lot of illusion and make a lot of false accusations. Thank you very much.
Mr. Can I just speak real quick? I'll be very, very brief. Thank you.
What's your name?
Heather Dombrowski. I live in the town of Franklin. I just want to say I love our Constitution and I'm a supporter of our Fourth Amendment. But I do find it ironic that tonight in this room, a convicted sex offender with an open case for being on the premises where there are children spoke about being targeted and attacked. Sheriff's Department, please track those individuals in our community, but not the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna wrap up public comment.
Where's my show?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Sheriff. My name's Carl Gillespie. I live in Palm Springs community. My wife, we're both fifth generation Maconians. I come before you tonight, to talk about one item. As you know, I had distinct honor and privilege of serving in North Carolina House of Representatives, representing the 120th House District, which is the beautiful fourth county in the western part of North Carolina. The four westernmost counties in western North Carolina, Macon County being one of them. I want to publicly state to all of you gentlemen, as a group and as individuals, what an asset you have been to our office in support the constituents that I've been elected to represent. Without your steadfast support, your willingness to take my call, regardless of how many and what time I call, I just appreciate that. And it just speaks, to me, it speaks volumes about each one of you and your commitment to serving the community, the constituents that elected you. Before our egos get too big, I also want to recognize the wonderful staff that you have, starting at the top, all the folks that sitting around the table. We rely on them, we rely on their expertise. Y'all are very fortunate, I know you already know that, but you're very fortunate to have the wonderful staff that you have. And it's just an honor and privilege to get to work with you and all those folks. Thank you for all that you do.
Mr. Gillespie, thanks for being here tonight.
I'm sorry, why do I speak for a weekend?
This is the last comment.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Please state your name for the record.
Hello, I am Roger Livers. I'm 16. I've lived here all my life. I love this town. I love this county. I love the mountains. I love everything about this. But I don't feel that, and I love sci-fi as much as everybody else, but I don't think we should set the world on fire to pursue it. AI, it isn't what it's cracked up to be. It's an illusion. It's a farce. Nothing about it is good. It doesn't. It does not provide any real benefit. And the flock cameras, there's no real benefit to them either. They're more prone to making mistakes, especially if they're powered by AI a lot of the time. And AI is very, very prone to mistakes. Yeah.
All right. That wraps up public comment. Thank you to each and every one of you guys for stepping up here and speaking to us. Any adjustments to the agenda? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Chairman, I do have a request. In the consent agenda, 11F, FY 2026-27 Juvenile Crime Prevention Council Certification of County Plan.
Can't hear you.
I would ask this board to place this item, remove this item from this consent agenda and potentially add this to a future commission meeting, because I would like further clarification on just exactly what this agency does for the and for myself and the general public.
Mr. K, do you know if that's time sensitive?
I'm not aware. I don't, obviously, there's some funding involved there, but it's grant funding, so I'm assuming we could do it.
So we have, it was approved. You approved a county allocation in the general.
Please speak in the microphone so we can hear. Thank you.
You approved in the general fund budget an allocation for the JCPC. It's been there for years. If you would like for them to come and speak to you, you can. The funding has not come in yet.
Let's do that. Let's push it to another meeting. All right, so we'll remove item F from the consent agenda. Any other adjustments? Changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Sherrill, second by Commissioner Shields. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right arm, state aye for the record. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0, Ms. Tammy. All right. No reports and presentations. Moving on to old business. Continued discussion regarding Macon County Public Library. County Manager Warren Case.
So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to basically just brief the board on some things that have happened since the last meeting. Obviously, in the last meeting, you all voted to notify the FRL and State Library of your intent to pull out of the Montana Regional Library System, give our 1-year notice, and start our 1-year demonstration period for the state of North Carolina. So essentially what happened was in June, I did submit that letter to the state library, notifying them of your intent, also notified the FRL and the other counties. In that letter, I also notified the state library of our intent to apply for state aid, which is the funds that come from North Carolina that help support your local library systems. Abby Ferguson, I'm not sure if Abby is here tonight. Yes, she is back there. In case I have any further questions, if you have any further questions. She and I actually met with some representatives from the State Library Board last week, along with some of the folks that helped process that application and with representatives from the Cardinal system. So now we're aware of the process that we need to go through to apply for that state aid. They made us aware of the timeline and they offered assistance to us as we go through that process. So that has actually started and we will follow through with that. And in the event that you all decide that you still want to step away from the FRL, that process will be in place. One of the things, and I know the biggest concern is what's it going to cost? What's it going to do for folks? I've worked on some preliminary figures. There are still some unknowns, so I can't tell you exactly. This will be a 100% the exact number, but I have basically taken the operating budget for the Macon County Library System. Abby and I have had some conversations on what other expenses may be there. I've also taken into consideration the number of employees that are currently in the Macon County Library System, either at the Franklin Library, the Hudson Library, or the Nantahala Library. We already know that we'll probably have to assume at least one IT position that
those services are currently funded by the, on the FRL side, back office type person. So with all that being said, with the same staffing, with at least one IT person, putting those people into our system, looking at expenses, seeing what our costs are. Tentatively, we're about $1,350,000. Last year, this current budget year, you budgeted a little over 1.2 million, 1.29. So essentially, at the moment, it looks like about a $96,000 a year increase. Now, there are some things that are in that equation that are unknowns at the moment. We certainly need to look at the staffing that the library has. We need to make sure that the right people are being paid the right amount of money. We want to make sure that we treat them fairly. One of the things that I've asked Tammy to do is to get with the resource staff the next couple of weeks, have our HR folks go meet with those library folks at each one of the libraries, sit them down and talk to them about our package, our employee package, our benefit package, how this looks on our end. So we're already going to start that process. Now, the state aid and the $1,290,000 that we budgeted this year, that also does include state aid. And this year, state aid was $115,000 that was appropriated based on Macon County. So if you take the 1.2 million-ish that we budgeted and you put the 100,000 with that, we're still in pretty good shape financially. Now, I also can't sit here and tell you that that's 100% what that number is going to be. There are still some things that we need to look at, the infrastructure. I've already got our information technology folks. Abby's provided me with a list of the IT systems and the programs and the different services that they use. And I've already sent that to our IT folks so that they can start looking at those, because some of those, we may need some of those may be duplicates of what we already have. So we're going to put those folks together, try and navigate through what we think that's going to look like if we follow through with this, and obviously exit next year when our 1-year demonstration period is up. So with that being said, I guess the main thing I want to tell you tonight is not that I don't know the exact number yet. We're still working on the process. However, I haven't seen anything yet that's just really causing me great concern that we can't do it financially next year. Again, there are things that we've got to work through. You know, there may be some staffing changes we will look at. If Abby looks at something and says, hey, we need more people here, we need less people here, we need to recalculate regrade these folks somewhere. You know, there's some discussions we need to have to get where we want to be. Number one, to take care of those folks, to provide the same service that they're having now or better. Our intent would be to do better if we can. But right now, I'm pretty comfortable we're in an okay place financially, and we're going to keep working through that. So obviously that dollar figure will be quoted somewhere in the media, and I just want you all to understand that's a good estimate based on 30 days worth of time since we actually decided to pull out of the FRL. But we will fine tune that more as we go on down the road next couple of months. A couple of other things, obviously y'all are aware, Bill McGatt back there in the back with the FRL. At the last meeting, you heard me talk about budgets. You heard me talk about the funds, the surplus funds that were to come back to the counties from the FRL. Obviously, all of you are probably aware now that Swain County filed an injunction, so those funds are not going to come back to Macon County as we talk, which is a little over $500,000. Mr. McGatt he and I have had some conversations, and that actual budget, he's balanced his budget based on some fund balance that they have. And we're working through that situation with Swain County to see how that affects us somewhere down the road. And we'll obviously be able to have more information about that later. But basically, I just wanted to make you aware of that. The FRL did ask that we increase some more funding to them. to give, I believe it's $312 or $20,000, $326,000 to the FRL. My concern when I went into the budget was I didn't want money to just pass. If they have a fund balance and we added $300,000 or $400,000 extra, we would give them $300,000 or $400,000 and then they'd turn and give us $500,000 back from surplus funds. That didn't really make a lot of sense to me. So obviously he's had to balance his budget on his fund balance. It's entirely up to the board if you want to consider that somewhere. But at the moment, we do have a balanced budget. It's just on the bank account that the FRL has at the moment. I don't know if you want to let Mr. McGaha address that any or not, but are there any, before we get that deep, are there any questions for me or anything else as far as the update?
Are we closing the library down?
No, we are not.
Are we changing or losing any services?
Our intent is not to change any services. And actually, I have the budget that I calculated on was based on the exact number of employees, both full-time and part-time, that Abby provided me.
Mr. Manager, the only comment that I have on this is local control is much better than regional control. And local oversight for any agency in this county serves the people much better.
Are you expecting any action tonight?
I'm not expecting any action. Mr. McGaha may want to address the board. FRO.
One item of concern, and I sent you all the information, 2 items of information. One was what we need for this year to be able to pass a budget. We have an interim budget right now, using fund balance money to be able to balance that. However, we cannot pay COLA, we cannot pay raises from fund balance funds on an interim budget. We've got about 38 employees in Macon, Swain, and the headquarters that are still waiting for a COLA raise, 2.8% they were supposed to get. And we've got 3 right now that are due pay raises for various reasons. All that's frozen. We're operating on an interim budget, but we have to pass a budget in order to do that. The information I sent you last week, the 326 is based on, and it's a little less than our initial thought that we were going to need back in February, March. And that's based on what we had to put into from the fund balance to be able to balance our budget. So it's, again, slightly less. And that's a real problem for our personnel until we can pass a final budget. I also mentioned to you in the information I sent last week, we are saving a little bit of money, but not having a director hired, which has been approved. And that's part of the difference in how much funds we would need based on a full-time director. That will continue to be the case. It will save some money there. Trying to get an interim director for the next year at least to get us through the phase out of the dissolution if you all do pull out. So there's some savings there. And I mentioned that down the road, if we do find we're having savings, because I would expect the funds we get from you would come in monthly increments, then we can suspend or stop the monthly increments as we get toward the end of the year if we are actually saving some funds. So I would ask that you would approve the $326,000 that we need to be able to pass our budget and get off of the interim budget. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
So, Mr. McGaha, you're saying that all the employees have not gotten raises that were due raises, and also the increase in pay that was promised to these employees.
Right, the 2.8% COLA, and we have 3 employees right now, 2 in Macon County
and one in the headquarters, that are due a pay raise for a couple of different reasons, and those are on hold under an interim budget.
And so the $326,000 gets you where you need to be, correct?
Yes.
Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we do a budget amendment from the fund balance in the amount of $326,000 to the library system at this time.
Second. I hear a motion by Commissioner Sherrill, second by Commissioner Antoine. I think my biggest question, and part of my ignorance, we're due raises and adjustments. Where's $326,000 coming from? And the second part of that question is, I understand the injunction that frees the surplus funds not to be redistributed to counties until, further diligence, but how can courts essentially shut down the library? Essentially, that's what they did.
I don't think I would say they shut down the library. There was a couple of things going on, Mr. Chair, with the net surpluses. I think all of you are aware, was based on revenue over expenses that had come in the last 8 years, a little over $1.4 million of a $2.4 to $2.5 million account that we have, a balance that we have in our account. And so we're a nonprofit working on a balanced budget with a $2.4, $2.5 million sitting in the bank. Take 25% for our reserve and even other funds that are restricted for various reasons, and there are some. We were still looking at $1 million to $1.2 million extra. And so we, came up based on the net surplus that each county had provided in that 8 years, because that's all the financial records we had, and determined an amount to go back to the various counties based on that. There's a couple of things that occurred in reality. First of all, Swain County, because of the amount of net surplus that they had provided, was fairly low compared to Jackson and Macon. And that was the order, Jackson, Macon, and Swain in that order, as far as the amount. And so that was a slight issue. The other part of the issue was that the interlocal agreement doesn't address this funds going back in any manner. They just sit there forever unless the interlocal agreement was changed or there was a dissolution of the FRL, because it does address dissolution. And when you gave your notice, if you withdraw next June, then FRL will dissolve. And the assets that are there will be distributed between Macon and Swain County. So there's quite a bit more money sitting on the table next June to be allocated out than there is now. And I think that was part of the issue that all of a sudden the suit was brought against us. And so that's just a matter, I think, of dollars that'll be on the table next June. And the board financial policy that we have allowed us to do what we did. That's an issue in the lawsuit. And the issue was Jackson County withdrawing, and the ILA does not provide for them to get funds back under a withdrawal. But the issue that we were handling was these excess funds had nothing to do with Jackson County's withdrawal. All 3 counties were included in the amount that we were trying to refund. Until the suit is settled, we can't do anything as far as those refunds.
Well, that's kind of why I'm still hung up is, so you can't use fund balance to give the employees the wages.
No, and we can't use fund balance to balance a budget other than interim.
Says who? Can I ask that? Like who says that you cannot pass your budget using, because we can appropriate fund balance It's not ideal, but we still can.
Our finance officer, and that's the information that she's given us, based on her research.
I think where I'm hung up is you have the money in your account. It's an in-house policy that you don't pull the money to pay your own employees. I feel like you should use the money that's in the FRL account that you have access to, your fund balance, to operate the library until everything gets ironed out. I want every employee to have every raise they were promised. Please don't misinterpret that. But you have the money sitting in the account. I don't understand why you can't use it. It's an in-house policy.
I actually had that concern when I started, when I heard this first conversation, because our budget numbers that we budgeted, the $1,249,601, included all of the requests for Macon County minus the FRL expenses and minus the contingency. So it was my understanding that those figures would cover the local employees, those raises. So, you know, our intent was to fund those. So I had the same question as why you can't use that, but obviously we want to make sure those folks are taken care of too.
Mr. McNair, are you being told this is a legal issue that you cannot use those funds?
I'm being told by our finance officer that it is a legal and policy issue, and I believe she was quoting something from NCGS 159. But I'm not the finance officer, so I have to go with what she says.
I mean, I think for me, I'm kind of with Chairman Gurley, it's hard to imagine pulling money out of our fund balance to balance your budget when you have a fund balance. You know, if that's a department policy, I think that needs to be addressed. I don't think I can support that. I want to support people getting their raises. I mean, I think they deserve that for sure. But you had 2.4 million last year, you had 2.7. I mean, that fund balance is growing. What is the intention of the fund balance? What do you use it for? What has it been used for?
Well, obviously it's not significantly. It's there. The reasons in our financial policy, and a couple of them normally would not happen, I don't think. One of them was inconsistent income flow, and the counties have always provided consistent income flow, obviously based on the fact that we have such an excess. Another is, that's stated, is the use for matching funds for grants. Applying for a grant, we have to provide matching funds for. That would be one. Emergency situations. At one time, they purchased a property over in Silva years ago, and then divested of it. So things like that.
Now, if I understand this correctly, that fund balance has been growing based on what we've been paying the FRL, that 1.2 million every year. Is that correct?
Correct. We just finished 25, 26, $314,000 more revenue than expense in FRL.
So in other words, according to the FRL, this money that we've been actually pouring into it cannot be used for what it's supposed to be being used for.
Okay, yes. Based on the way you stated it, yes. The fact of the matter is, other than a reserve, it should never have been building. But again, this year, and there was dedicated effort to, expend for things that were needed. And we still have all three counties, because Jackson County was in there in that budget year, had excess revenue over expenditures again.
Council, is there anything in North Carolina general statutes that says that FRL cannot use their undesignated fund balance to balance the budget?
Since I've been researching since this issue came up, I do not find anything. It sounds like the only thing that could be is a policy of that board, in which case I believe that board could change that policy. to allow for that.
Go ahead. No.
Speaking for myself, I make a commitment to you and your board. If there's a policy, from the state of North Carolina or general statute that doesn't allow this, I'll support it next month, but I would encourage you to use the fund balance to pay the employees, pay their wages. And, I agree with Commissioner Breeden, we're switching buckets of money when this is why you have a fund balance. So that's where I stand. If you do not get the money by general statute and they cannot get their wages, I'll support on the record next month. But I would encourage you to use your fund balance to balance your budget. That's where I'm at.
So an interim budget probably will not allow them to do anything more than current operations, right? So like if we were under an interim budget, we could not do anything different. They would have to pass the budget to give those raises in a COLA. Like general statute 159 does require you to have a balanced budget, but it does not prohibit you from appropriating fund balance for things. Is it ideal to do it for operational things such as raises and salaries? No, but sometimes you have to. If you have a policy, I don't know if, like we have a policy for fund balance to have a certain threshold. I don't know, you might want to find that out, but again, that could be changed. But I don't think anything prohibits you in general statute from appropriating fund balance to balance your budget, to give your people raises. And then again, if you find something, then maybe tell us honest.
Chairman, I was under the impression that the court ruling over there was blocking their funds and all that other stuff. At this time, Chairman, I'd like to retract my motion.
Commissioner Sheriff, retract this motion. Any other discussion? Action? Comments?
I will add one thing that brings up a really good conversation. Abby has been doing some research to look at other libraries that are equivalent to the size of what Macon County's library system is. So she's already been gleaning some information. We've already been looking at the numbers of staff, the circulation numbers, all the data that we have on those. One of the things that I think this board needs to think about, nothing would prohibit you. We would obviously have to work with FRL. Nothing would prohibit you from hiring a librarian prior to July 1. Also, nothing would prohibit you for those employees putting them on board into our system prior to July 1. We would have to work on some sort of an MOU or an agreement with FRL. That if that transition were to take place, those folks would at some point would be paid out of our payroll, but they'd still be doing FRL functions. I would have to, obviously tonight is not the night for us to get in deep into details with that, but we can certainly look at that. And if that's what it takes to make sure that those folks are paid appropriately and we help solve whatever financial problems there are that we have to get over, I can certainly look at that, and it also might help make the transition process, if you decide to continue to go through with that in July, easier, so that we're just not walking in one day and turning the lights off and coming back the next day, the whole new house.
All right. Any other comments? Let's move on to redistricting. A recommendation from the Macon County Planning Board, Planning, Permitting, and Development Director, Mr. Joe Allen.
Right. Good evening, gentlemen. Back at your March meeting, you had requested that the planning board receive public comment and make a recommendation back to the board of commissioners on redistricting. We had 4 months worth of meetings, and received 20 comments from 16 different members of the public. At their July meeting, the planning board has voted to recommend, as you've already heard tonight, a resident districts at large voting, 3 equal districts and 2 at large seats. If you have any questions
I'll try to answer them, but I think that you guys probably have this pretty down pat.
Chairman, I'm not here to get in a big debate about this redistricting. Just a little history in this. This has been going on since 2023. This former board passed a resolution to send to the state of North Carolina on this same measure, 3-2. That's in 23. We've had public hearings, we've had public comments, we've done everything, and for people of the public to say they were uninformed about this issue is hard to believe unless, that's not on us. These meetings are well published. They are published online. You can watch them live on YouTube. And I just a few things that has caught me off, or not caught me off guard, but I want to clear up a few things. The same folks that has been against these are the same ones that continue to come to this meeting. And their stance has never changed. It has gone through the planning board. The planning board members that we appointed has come up with their resolve on this with the same thing this board passed in 2023. It is about fairness. I'd mentioned some time ago about a candidate potentially in District 3 that would make a great county commissioner. He's not a friend of mine. I know him. We don't go to dinner together. I just know who he is and I know where he stands. So in my mind, if you have 3 people, regardless, you can have 3 people that lives in Otto, North Carolina that serves in District 2. You can only have 1 person from District 1. You can only have 1 person from District 3. So it has nothing to do about candidates. It has everything to do about fairness for every human in this county to give them the same opportunity that anybody in District 2 has. One person I heard, I believe it was Mr. Siegel, said, it's not fair that 3 people are in District 2 and you have 1 in District 1 and 1 in District 3. That's exactly my point. If you have to live in your district, these are some of the comments the planning board has made. You have to live in your district. We're dealing with the same pool of money. You represent everybody in this county. You don't represent whoever's in your district. If you go to 5 distinct districts, pure districts, your job, just like Mr. Gillespie, his job is to go to Raleigh and represent the people of his district. And his main focus is his district. If you have 5 districts, me being District 1, my main focus is District 1. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to argue with 4 other commissioners trying to get something back for Highlands. That's not the way this board's working. If people in Highlands don't like me, they don't have to contact me. But you know what? They can contact one of these other 4 members and tell them their concerns. So if you have 5 districts and you say, well, wait a minute, I don't represent you, call your representative. Folks, this is all about fairness. Every man, woman, and child, I heard someone say that there's 29,000 voters. It's not based on voters. We've gone through that for years. It is based on every man, woman, and child, whether you vote or you don't vote. You still get representation. We have beat this horse to death, and we've gone over the same thing for years. However, I go back. There is still, even after this time frame, and still the same people that are attending these meetings are still stuck on the same issues that we've gone over and over and over. We tasked the planning board to come to a resolve. It was just presented I'm sure they did their due diligence. They didn't listen to everybody that showed up at the meeting. They got on the phone, they called people to get their professional opinions and their concerns, and they brought that back to the board. No different than our board. We don't hear from everybody that has concerns. So the reason why that I wasn't seeking any action on this issue tonight was for the simple fact that I'm going to spend the next several months trying to go to the general public and get people to understand this. People that have really looked into this for months, they still don't understand it. And there's no perfect way for this. But you know what? Did somebody mention that no other, or there are other counties in this state that has multi-member districts? And it was disclosed in this. If you count up how many people that they had in these multi-member districts, there's more than 5 county commissioners in these districts. That's the only way. And when I say that it's potentially unconstitutional, that came from the School of Government, that it has never been adjudicated in a court of law for elections of local elections, candidates. So the School of Government says until it goes to court and gets a ruling, who knows? But his professional opinion, who we depend on, says, in his personal opinion, yes, it will follow state law. I think it's important, if you're not aware, Macon County Board of Commissioners and all Board of Commissioners is an extension of state government. We must follow state law. And that's it. We can set policies, we can do certain things, and we set a budget. But that's it. We're extension of state government, and that's who we depend on to make our decisions. So all the research for years that I've done on this and studying, this is the best way. I'm not trying to convince people. I'm not bullying people. I've researched it for years. And whether people in Highlands, that district that I represent, approve of me or not, I'm still your representative. Whether you voted for me or not, I'm still representing you. The concerns, they want a candidate or a representative that knows about Highlands. I've been in Highlands for 43 years. I've been in business in Highlands for 39 years. So I think I have a little bit of knowledge of Highlands. And I also tell you that my wife is originally from Highlands, that her family was the 3rd or 4th. I didn't disrespect you, man. My wife's family was the 3rd or 4th family to ever settle in Highlands, North Carolina. I raised my 3 sons there. I retired from Highlands Fire Department. I ran Little League in Highlands for 20 years. I coached high school baseball. So I think I've been a pretty good public servant in Highlands and represented you guys well. And as I stated before, I don't know of any time in Highlands, North Carolina, that you have received any more than you have from this current Board of Commissioners. So if you can follow that and you can prove me wrong, I would greatly appreciate that, but I don't see that happening. So I think Highlands has been represented well, and it is unfair. I have no special reason for 3 and 2 other than it's the fairest way for the citizens of Macon County. It has nothing to do with candidates, but you're not born as a candidate for public office. It's a drive that you have and a passion to serve your community. And everybody that wants to serve, you come from the public. If you're a friend of mine, then so be it. I'm not going to give you special protections and everything else. But when I mention the town of Highlands, the former town commissioner, everybody in Highlands voted for him that loved him. But you know what? He likes my representation. He don't want to run. But some folks in Highlands want him to run, and he won't run. But if he had a chance, an opportunity for 3 and 2, guess what? He could be on the ballot. and they may get approved of him. That's all I've got to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Sherrill? No, not this time, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not this time. I'm gonna call a point of order.
Don't address me.
Any other comments on the redistricting? All right. Mr. Allen, any other comments or thoughts? Thank you for being here tonight. All right, update on 2027 reappraisal for Macon County. Tax Administrator, Mr. Happy Braswell.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's a little cold in here.
No, it's not.
So forgive me if I chatter. In your agenda packet that I put in last week, I only put the legislative updates that we had at the time. I wanted to keep the data that I'm giving you tonight, like right up to the minute, because that data changes every single day. So that's why I did not provide that in your packet. And I hope you received the paper copies that I gave. I did make some, many of the gallery ones, with the copies that they are looking at. And I also have cards that, give the, information for the tax office if you have any questions. You can take one of these and contact us. I'm in lieu of time, I was just gonna see if you wanted to discuss the legislation, if you had any questions. There has been very little changes because they have been out of session. There was one change that 474 did pass and was signed, and 474 was in conjunction with 889. It affected 4 counties. It added Chowan and Pamlico back to the reappraisal moratorium, so they will not be able to use their values till next year. It excluded Harnett County because they were on an 8-year cycle, so they now get to use their new values. And Scotland County was also excluded from the moratorium. And then there was Buncombe County, and they met today, and they are going to use their old values and not use their new values till next year. So other than that, if you have any questions, and I'll move on.
Is it too early to assume our tier status for the county?
For
economics?
I think we're gonna be getting close to that in the fall. Obviously, the Helene stuff affected a little bit of that last year, but I do not know yet what our tier is.
So the first paper copy is titled Township Assessed Value Changes. That gives you a value for 26 and then 27, what it will be for next year, how much it's grown, the percentage increase for each township in Macon County. These numbers will change every single day. They will not be final until sometime in January. Do you have any questions about the percentages? Sales are gonna affect this. We monitor sales daily. That's what drives these numbers. We are in the middle of the reappraisals where we're visiting properties. We're doing new construction where we're going out and picking all of that up. So that adds to our base, and that's our growth. I would like to discuss that next time when I come to you as to how that's gonna affect like the rate. So any questions on this slide? Okay. Moving on to township qualified sales. Qualified sales are what we call good sales. They are not foreclosures, they are not short sales, they are not sales between family or businesses. So I wanted to give you just a little bit of knowledge of what the highest sale was. And these sales, so the sales numbers are 23 through 26. But we can only use, we try to use the very latest sales to value our properties. Because that shows what the market is doing. So I gave you the sales for the lowest and the highest out of each township for 25 or 26, and the sale date for that. Any questions? Okay. Reappraisal timeline. So tonight we're updating the values. On August 11th, I would like to go and I would like to do a short presentation as well to update you on the values. Like I said, these are always changing. But for our August 11th, that's when we'd like to propose the schedule values and the present use schedule values. And I have to keep on a timeline because you have to present them, then you have to advertise them, you have to have a public meeting and a public hearing, and then the board can approve them at the next meeting. And then for October and November, because you have to, advertise them for so long that October and November will be the advertising time. By state statute, you have to advertise them for 4 weeks. And then that way it'll give us to be done by December. Next thing, I'd like to give you a little data on what else this means. January, we're gonna finalize that data. By February, we're gonna mail those notices out. February to March, we'll do informal reviews. We'll take requests from taxpayers. There's gonna be on the review that you get, there's going to be the process of what you do. You can go online, you can mail us the appeal form, you can call us, you can email us. So that's all takes place between February and March. And at that time in March, if you're not happy with any of the informal appeals, you can then set formal appeals for the Board of Equalization and Review, and they meet the second Monday in April. That's when they can start, and when we do that through June, with the Board of Equalization and Review, that will be downstairs in the regular room where we meet every year. And we will let you know when your appointment is, and your paperwork has to be submitted before, and you will get to talk to the board. If you're not able to be there, you can send information in, it will get presented for you, and they will make a decision right then. And then in July, the tax bills will be sent out. Any questions? We good? I would just like to encourage the public to contact our office if you have any questions. You can email us, you can call us, and if you'd like to have a visit, we'd be happy to come out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, that wraps up old business. Gentlemen, does anybody need a 5-minute recess? You guys want to carry on? Commissioner Shields?
Rock and roll.
Let's keep going. All right. New business, discussion concerning license plate reader cameras. Sheriff Brent Holbrook.
Thank you.
Welcome, Sheriff.
Gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to come before you all and discuss the LPRs that we have in place here in Macon County. Our license plate readers was implemented in the spring of '24. We currently operate 16 cameras throughout Macon County, with 4 strategically being placed at schools, for the security and safety of our children. These cameras are utilized daily to assist in investigation of numerous crimes, including breaking and entering, larceny, abductions, narcotic-related offenses, also non-criminal issues such as dementia patients, silver and amber alerts. We have implemented these cameras. Since we have implemented these cameras, the amount of narcotics that have been seized and the number of successful criminal investigations have increased significantly. And Lieutenant Lee Tritt will be sharing some of those stats tonight. Also joining me, I failed to mention, is Chief Deputy Derek Jones and Alex Gruth with Flock Safety. In fact, some of our most successful narcotic seizures have been aided by this information. Additionally, our LPRs very recently helped us. We actually assisted Jackson County in recovering a kidnapped child. So we assisted Jackson County. We actually found the child who came through Macon County. We were able to follow them through Macon County, and they were actually pulled over Cow Mountain safely, returned safely. Furthermore, I'm really want to slow down and touch on this. Furthermore, there are no controlling North Carolina decisions that prohibit the use of LPRs. Courts have generally recognized that license plate readers displayed on vehicles traveling on public roadways are visible to anyone, and that individuals do not have an expectation of privacy in public. End of story. I don't know, counsel, would you like to touch on that?
Yes, sir. Anytime you're ready, go ahead.
As such, capturing license plate information in public places do not constitute a Fourth Amendment, and it's consistent with the plain view doctrine. What gets me is we want to censor local law enforcement, but how are we going to censor these repo companies that are coming in here? They're running, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but repo companies that are in Macon County, almost daily in Macon County, are running LPRs. How are we going to control those? Home Depot. I know Home Depot's down in Clayton, but how are we going to control them? And heaven forbid, do not cross the threshold of your big box stores. Walmart, Ingles, Lowe's, Home Depot, they all have facial recognition. I mean, you want to censor us, but you want to leave everybody else alone? It just don't make sense. Also, with that being said, this young gentleman here said, and I hate to call anybody out, but I've got to call a spade a spade. Just bear with me. Let me find it here. Does anybody seen it in the budget? I've got 2023 budget, thanks to Lindsay. I've got it right here. It was in the budget. 2023, 25, 26, 26, 27. It's all right here. So I don't understand if you didn't see it. Can you explain why you didn't see it, or you don't know about it?
Want me to respond?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll be happy to. In 2023, 2024 budget, these tag readers is all it said on the budget, and it was capital for the Macon County Sheriff's Department. Tag readers is a broad spectrum. It don't say anything about a contract with a private company. So knowing you and trusting you and respecting you and your obligation to uphold the Constitution of the United States with no concern that these might be a violation of the Constitution of the United States, and that will never be approved. It will never be proven until it finally makes it to the U.S. Supreme Court. And so when that happened in the 23 budget, you asked for tag readers. Tag readers. You can put tag readers in your personal cars so that you're out here on traffic. And you can read tags, can you not? Is that not, I mean,
I
without.
think I'm gonna ask something for the budget, John, and put it in my 2013 Chevy Silverado, in my personal car.
Well, your patrol cars. Anyways, I'm not gonna argue with you. I think the
I'm not gonna
attendance,
argue with you.
I think the
I've got respect for
attendance
everybody
here
up here.
tonight has been proven that the only people in society that appreciate these is law enforcement.
Yeah, because.
The general public.
Yeah, it's the safety concern,
Brent,
John.
let me tell you something. In my own family, I've got a law enforcement officer.
How'd that conversation go with Michael
It
when
didn't
you?
go well at all, because he cussed me like a dog. And that's the mentality of law enforcement in today's world. My son, that I would give my life for, cussed me like a dog over this, Brent. I'm just telling you, I'm passionate about this, man. I depend on you and your agency to keep this community safe. Do not go, no, I don't need to talk to him.
No, it's stats. I want to share stats.
No.
Chairman, do you mind if I share stats with you?
Brent, I'm trying, listen, I don't want to, I mean, my deal is not with your agency. My deal is with you, the elected sheriff of Macon County. That's it. I don't need to talk to right now the flock, because I know what they're all about. There's a reason why in this country that 80-some agencies has disconnected or removed from a contract from this company. And it's all based on concern of their citizens. Every one of them. The second largest law enforcement agency in this country let their contract expire Saturday. And that's Los Angeles.
Do you know why, John?
Yeah, because of privacy concerns.
You're wrong.
Oh, I'm, okay. No,
Mr. Flockman, would you like to? No,
no. I didn't contract with Flock. You did, and I think.
But you signed the budget.
I think you. Well, it was also removed from capital out of your budget. The former county manager signed his contract in November, and there was a change from the coding of that from capital to contract services with no information ever provided to the county commissioners. That's a big difference in my mind. You're going from tag readers that you're requesting to contract services with no input. This has been a secret.
No, it hasn't.
It has. I mean, the first one I knew about was in February. But we're getting off the beaten path because I've got some very direct questions for you to answer. And it does not include your officers. It does not include anybody from Flock cameras. But I will tell you, back to my son, there's a divide in my house right now. You want to know the numbers? And I guarantee society's the same way. Everybody in my family, except for my son, is for these or against these. Only my son is in law enforcement's for them. And that's what was evident right here tonight. There wasn't anybody that came up here from the general public that you served and I served that said, heck yeah, leave them out
There was
there.
one actually at the end. The lady at the end. Yeah.
No. Anyways, so Will, go ahead.
Do you want to finish your presentation?
I do, yes, with Lee Tritt. Absolutely. And I'd like to, if any way possible, regardless of how this turns out, guys, there's no ill will from me to you. I mean, Lord, after this is over, we'll go break bread. If you vote to defund the flock system, it is what it is. I want the citizens to know that we're going to continue to work hard to protect for whatever it's worth. And my son's leaving for the Army in the morning, so I mean, I'm sure would like to see him before he leaves. He's going back to his duty station. Lee, you want to come over here and give your share some stats with commissioners and the citizens?
Absolutely. Thank y'all for letting us come do this. I know it's a tense topic, obviously, with people on both sides of it. And the crazy thing is, I agree with what John says. Actually, I'm against government overreach totally. I'm a big time, Fourth Amendment, Second Amendment. I actually agree with a lot of what you say, but You know, I was with the SBI for 30 years and retired. Came back, luckily, privileged to come to Macon County. I love Macon County, and I'm trying to move over here, actually, buy some land. So I love it here. I'm local from Silva, about 200 years of family there. So, but I also like to look at stats. And my big thing is since the implementation of this, it has been a game changer for this county. And I just want to share a few things with you. So, and something a lot of people don't know is there's been a ton of misinformation that has been going on and social media goes crazy, and I know that, but there's a ton of misinformation. There is a lot of different companies that do LPRs, okay? There's Leonardo, Licata, LSAC, all these different ones. Flock is just one of them. And something that people get confused on is a lot of times Flock is used synonymously with LPR, or sometimes you hear ALPR, which is automated license plate reader. They're interchangeable terms. So a lot of people get confused that everything's Flock. Well, everything's not Flock. So some of the things I just want to talk about real briefly is this whole LPR system in North Carolina, a lot of people don't know, it's managed by the SBI. They were appointed by the legislature to take it over, start a pilot program. We were the first 29 counties that initially did a pilot program to allow us to put LPRs on DOT right-of-ways. So, and of course, being from the SBI, I know the integrity of the SBI, okay? The integrity is incredible with them. So I trust them that they're going to manage it and do it right, and they have been. So I want to talk about, in 2023, we didn't have LPRs, okay? So the total cases we worked at, there were 376 total cases, and we had 115 felony charges with, and we seized 1,241 grams of meth. I know it's going to be hard to remember these numbers, but I want you to remember. 2024, we got LPRs the end of March. Our first one's end of March, 2024. Just in 2024, we had about the same number of cases. We had 376 in 23, 342 in 24, but we had 365 felony charges in 2024, but only had 115 in 23. As far as meth, remember we seized 1,241 in 23, we seized 5,803 grams. That's the difference, almost, 5 times more meth was seized in 2024. So I want to touch on 2025. We got to use the cameras for an entire year. So what happened, we only had 165 cases, had a big drop in the cases, and we had 159 felonies. So we had about half the number, but we seized almost 14,000, actually 13,956 grams of meth. So from the time, the year before the camera, till we got the camera, we had 13, 14 times the amount of methamphetamine seized. And the way I look at it is that is not going to our children and our community. To me, that's a win for us. And I totally attribute that to the cameras, without a doubt. We could not do this. These cameras are almost like having an extra deputy. And some people don't understand that by having these cameras, we're able to focus. If say we have a target, I'll explain how they work. I don't think that's been done. So basically we have a target, we can put a tag in of someone we have information on that's transporting drugs in the Macon County. So that camera basically, wherever it's at, can tell us when that person has made a trip. We're not physically having to be with them and sit with them and babysit them the whole way. Because if we do that, there's several things that does. It takes at least 5 of us in 5 cars to do that, and we have to stay with them for hours. So it also burns up our overtime. So it actually, in a way, is saving us money by being able to use LPRs in the county. We can work on another case while we're waiting on something to happen on that case. So to me, it's very efficient. So, but I think in the end, what it boils down to is LPRs increase our solvability factor because we're able to get leads quicker, which if you watch any of the crime shows, like the First 48 or anything, what do we learn? The sooner you're able to develop the suspect, your solvability goes much higher. So I think there's a lot of pros to this. I do understand people's concerns. There is not an expectation of privacy in a public area. The Supreme Court has ruled over and over and over. I can stand in a PVA, public vehicle area, or roadway, and I can film all day and film every person, and nothing can be done legally. So, but I do appreciate the time that you guys have given us. I thank you for it. And any questions you may have, we do have the Flock representative we've worked with for about 3 years. And I think he could actually get to the truth of some things. And there's a lot of misinformation that Flock is not doing that has been said tonight that I think would be critical to this decision.
And I would like for him to come up and explain that, where the data goes, where the data is stored, etc.
Good evening. How are you all today? My name's Alex Gooth. What an awesome night this is. This is the democratic process playing out. But I want to clear up four main things. Sorry, I need to stand in front of the microphone. I want to cover four main things. There's been 40 court cases across the United States that have affirmed that ALPRs do not violate the Fourth Amendment because it does not track the whole being of a person all the way up to a federal judge. Okay? There was comments made about the Supreme Court rule that geofencing is illegal. What they were referring to was Google's continuous tracking of a person down to the elevation of that individual. Okay, so I bring that up to say that it has been affirmed multiple times, all the way up to a federal judge. The second thing, there's a big concern about data. The data is purged at 30 days. Commission, if you guys would like records and receipts of your data being purged, Flock Safety is more than willing to provide that data. Okay? At 30 days down to the second, that data is purged and you cannot re-access that data. It is stored in Amazon AWS Gov Cloud servers, and it is secure and it can only be accessed by law enforcement. Let's see. And then lastly, I'll tell a quick story about myself and how I came to Flock, and then I'll share a quick success story to kind of bring up to what Lieutenant talked about. So I remember talking to Flock before I had my first kid. I wasn't really interested in cameras; didn't make a whole lot of sense. If anybody here is familiar with the Covenant shooting that took place in Nashville a few years ago, it was pretty traumatic. I remember my next door neighbor, his child at the time, was 5 years old, was in the first bathroom with the body camera footage. And he called me screaming and crying on his way to the school when this happened. And I remember the feeling that I thought of hopelessness. And throughout my life, through college football, the real world, I could outwork you, the whole nine yards. And when I had my first kid, I was sitting in the NICU the first night, realizing how hopeless I was. And it reminded me of that night. I called Flock back and I said, would you guys have me? Because I understood, because if you think about the individual who committed that atrocity, that crime, was seeking help and getting counseling from the pastor on Saturdays. It's not about Flock. Imagine if that school had an LPR there, because that individual sat in their car for 8 minutes before they started shooting. Imagine what those students and teachers would have been able to do with 8 minutes compared to that, okay? Second of all, we talk about solvability in cases. Just last week in Maryville, Indiana, a 3-month-old was abducted, okay? Before the Amber Alert could even be completed and entered into the system, a Flock camera had notified them and recovered that 3-month. So you talk about solvability and speed to success. Lieutenant is 100% correct. And let me show you real world examples of what happened. Everyone, we have real world examples for everything, right? And I'll show you something so similar. Austin, Texas, there was a crime spree that took place for 48 hours with a group of juveniles who were randomly shooting houses, apartments, and people. Over 200 officers worked, multiple air units, multiple K-9 units, and you know what caught those individuals? A city of 20,000 people with one Flock camera as they drove by. So I say all this to say that at the end of the day, we protect the data and how it's accessed. You own your data. You can choose how you manage and who accesses your data. Completely your right to do that. A great example, the state of Virginia does not let any state outside of Virginia access Virginia LPR data. So North Carolina officers, if a Virginia agency wanted to give them that information, they legally can't do it, and there's no way for that to happen. So if there's any questions, I'm more than willing to sit here and answer those, but I just wanted to get a quick overview about the data, how it's stored, where it's stored, the purge receipts, and regarding the Fourth Amendment. Thank you for your time.
Chairman, since we brought him up here, yes, I do have several questions for you. So if you say that we own the data.
Yes, sir.
And it disappears in 30 days, when you drive by a camera every day, it don't go away, does it? It's a permanent tracking, isn't it? So if I drive by that today, in 30 days, it disappears, but when I drive by it tomorrow, that 30 days starts again, correct? Every time that I pass by that camera, that 30 days starts over. That's called a footprint of your movements, is it not?
According to a federal judge, it does not track the whole of a being. It is a photo of a point in time. I'll give you a phenomenal example. I came up here from Atlanta. I had to fly in from Dayton for a meeting. I drove up here from Atlanta. You could run my rental car tag and Flock, and I promise you, you'd have no idea that I was standing here right now in this place.
Look, and I don't mean any disrespect for this, okay? But you're just like a car salesman. You sell the best product in the world, and it's bulletproof. But I'm sorry to tell you that there's a lot of law enforcement officers around the country that has lost their jobs because of misuse for this.
They rightfully should.
And you say, Flock says, that you have safety nets in place for misuse. Who identified Georgia Bureau of Investigations for these officers that were misusing these cameras?
Who did what?
Who contacted the Georgia Bureau of Investigations to say, hey, your cameras are being misused in your agency? Who did that? Did Flock do it?
I can't speak to who did it. If I were to have a hunch, there was an investigation that was done and it was reported to the GBI because there's a law in Georgia that criminally prosecutes police officers for misusing LPR data.
Well, wait a minute. I don't want a hunch. I want the truth. And the truth is this. If Flock has safety nets in place, then it wouldn't have gone on for 3 months, would it? I mean, some of these officers have been doing this for 3 months. Don't tell me you've got safety nets that protects the citizens of this country, because most of the things that I've researched, this country or this company is secretive. Most of these agencies have left Flock because of lies that's been told. Do the research.
Less than 2% of Flock's
Well,
customers are.
okay, if you want to do data, it also says that 90% of convictions is not done by any license plate readers. Only 10% of crimes is helped solved by your cameras. Okay? So 90%, and you're surveilling 20 billion tags per month. It'd be different if you come in here and say, well, shoot, we're solving 95% of the crimes. But that don't justify me to vote for the government to surveil the citizens from your company. I've done 3 weeks worth of research on this. Now, let me give you another one. You're talking about all these great instances that happened in Flock cameras. What about the man that was falsely accused by these Flock cameras, and police swarmed him and made his life a total nightmare? What do you got to say about that?
Flock cameras are not a reason or a probable cause
That's
to
correct.
make contact with any individual. That is a lack of training and policy.
Okay, it happens.
Correct.
And that supposedly the law enforcement agencies are well trained in order to use your system. Well, obviously there's some misinformation here somewhere. Okay, another thing that really bothers me, and maybe you can address this. The CEO of Flock Cameras, Garrett Langley, has verbally targeted critics of his networks. Not exact phrasing, considering people that go against his system as domestic terrorists. What does that tell the American people? You can't trust this company. And I don't agree with it, and unfortunately, my friends that we elected and hired to represent us and to support the Constitution of the United States, I disagree with you about the 4th Amendment, because there's a 9th Amendment. Nobody ever talks about that. 9th Amendment basically was put into place to protect the American people for any other right that was not enumerated. That means all. And also, I think it's against the 14th Amendment. And this little case in Virginia, yeah, it was tried, and a district judge said, oh no, it's constitutional. Now a federal judge comes in and says, yes, it must go forward. That case right there in Virginia will make it to the U.S. Supreme Court. And there is no difference in your system, in my opinion, than a geofence warrant, except law enforcement don't have to go to anywhere except that database and start looking. That just happened
in Hilton Head Island, July 4th weekend. Look that one up. There was a mass shooting in Hilton Head. After the city leaders of Hilton Head reviewed what actually happened, because law enforcement went to every camera that was in that area. Law enforcement was there in 17 seconds, according to the report. But they had to go to every camera around there and start researching. You know what? Everybody that was in that area was guilty until they were ruled out by law enforcement. Don't tell me the American people are protected from your system, sir, because we're not. And it's a shame that we have to sit here and argue with people that we trust and we respect to keep our rights. There's nothing you're going to tell me that says your cameras or anybody else's, is it Axios or Oxios or whoever, Leonardo, his camera system. What, his company, the Signal Trace. What's Signal Trace? Can Signal Trace connect to your cameras?
No, sir.
They can't.
No, sir.
So all the information is put out there
False.
is completely false.
Completely false.
Okay. So let me ask you another question. I've been watching these cameras in Macon County because I have to pass by 5 of them to get to my job. So you know what? When I pass by those cameras every day, somebody suspects me of a crime. They can go in there. You don't have to have a tag, right? You can put in the vehicle description, and if you're looking for a white F-150, which white vehicles is the most popular color vehicle in the United States. So if you're looking for a white F-150, and it collects the bumper stickers and the scratches and all that, you know what? All those white F-150s are guilty until law enforcement says that's not the one we're looking for. Those cameras don't replace human eyes. I don't trust your system. And now that I see what our law enforcement is doing, to not have a concern about this is very concerning to me. It is very concerning that our law enforcement will fall and let your company store data of 40,000 residents in Macon County. You know, another thing that these other places are doing away with is because Hilton Head Island was one of them. Their biggest concern was who owns the data.
You own the data.
No, according to the city council, after they reviewed what the police force did, evidently that's not accurate. And it's a flock system, okay? So I've done a lot of research. And there is nothing.
Do you want me to read you what your contract says about you owning the data?
No, I want to have that conversation with the sheriff.
I can pull it up right now if you
No,
want.
I'd rather hear from the sheriff because the sheriff put us in this contract.
Okay.
Okay? Not to disrespect you, but I think the sheriff owes that to us to let us know why we're in the contract. And thank you for your time, sir.
Any other questions? Larry? You done, Josh? You done? Are you done, John?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, I need to, this is between you and the citizens of the county. And I owe the people that I represent this information. Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States?
100%.
Do you have any concerns whatsoever that these cameras may violate the Constitution of the United States?
I do not, but if they do, John, listen, I'm not there with you with Governor Overreach. If I had any inclination that there is anything being sold or any violations, I'll pull them up myself.
I get it. But not until it's proven in U.S. Supreme Court. And how many people have you violated until it is?
John, we're not violating anybody.
Not until it's ruled on.
Hold on a second.
No, please. I'll talk to you for just a minute.
This conversation, you asked me to break the law yesterday.
No, sir, I didn't.
I got the text message, John.
I know you do.
But did I give you your time?
No. But isn't that?
Mr. Jones, give us.
Okay, wait a minute, whoa. I'm not interested in that.
Well, we are.
Because my question was, what is the general public allowed to ask for with this system? I went in front of a camera the other day, I drove by it. And then on my way back home, I stopped by that camera. As I drove by, I stopped by on the side of the road. And I got out of my vehicle and walked around my vehicle to see what that system picked up when I got out of my vehicle. And I asked for those images of my car and my persons, and I was not allowed to retrieve that. Okay? That's what I asked for. And that's pathetic. It's my car, it's my tag that I paid for. And I believe that I have every right in the world to see what the government and this flock camera system is picking up on me anytime. And now it's according to Mr. Jones, it's illegal for me to ask for that. What can we ask for? The question is, I did it today. Who's watching the watchers? It thinks you ain't the citizens that you're taking pictures of. Your data shows all this stuff. How many pictures, since you put these cameras in, how many pictures have been taken in Macon County?
I think it's around 1 to 3 million.
I've got it from the state.
A month.
Okay.
Yeah.
So surely to God, with the Highway 441 coming out of Atlanta with the drug traffic, we ought to catch somebody.
Your buddy.
Yeah. I mean, we could do that same thing with the deputy sitting down at the state line watching.
Yep.
Could we not?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now, if you can sit in your office and you can watch and listen to these hot lists and everything, why do we need deputies for?
Right.
Why are we paying for cameras to do your job?
Well, John, did you not hear what Lee said?
I heard exactly what
We
Lee
can
said.
focus on other cases while the cameras are kind of helping us. The cameras are helping us out.
No, I'm asking questions that the citizens of Macon County has asked me.
Well, I just answered that question,
Okay.
John.
All right. So basically, if we had cameras all over this county, we didn't need all these deputies. Because we're catching every criminal with these cameras
Well, you're not going to have AI go before a judicial official and swear out anything.
Exactly. And that's what my point is. The Constitution tells you that the American people have a right to face their accuser. And you can't face a camera as your accuser.
Yeah, I think you can because we have system administrators in place, i.e. Derek Jones and Lee Tritt, and they monitor who accesses that, etc.
Sheriff, do you have any idea what your job description is?
Tell me, John.
Okay, I'm going to.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I'm going to tell you exactly what your job description is as a North Carolina sheriff. Bear with me just a minute, because I didn't write this down. The job description of a sheriff in Macon County. An elected people, or sheriff by the people, is a constitutional officer serving as the chief of law for this county. Now, you don't have any concerns. You just said, okay, state law says these things are legal, and we're just going to latch on to them.
Anything that'll help the flow of illegal narcotics and crime in the county, dang right.
Are you aware that states pass laws pushing the issues of constitutional rights every time you turn around, and then until they're challenged and make it to the Supreme Court? Look how many people's lives are ruined by this unconstitutional act. It's your job to protect your citizens.
That's right.
In this county.
And we have been protected.
Okay, so this will come in just a few minutes with, do you think it's right for the government to watch its citizens the American people 24/7?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, we're doing it every day. And you add it to the system.
I don't think Flock's doing it, John. I think there's other things in place that supersede Flock. When the Patriot Act was enacted, the government put things in place, John, that just blow your mind.
Let me, okay. Do you believe that Macon County's ordinances are a violation of Constitution of the United States?
Ordinance? What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
ordinances. Do you believe that, say for instance, the First Amendment's violated by Macon County?
The First Amendment's
Yeah.
violated? Absolutely not.
You don't? The Constitution of the United States gives the rights of the people.
That's right. Yeah, that's
to protest peacefully.
Yeah.
Okay, peacefully protest.
Sure.
It don't tell you where you can do it, or when you can do it, or how you can do it, but Macon County does. Macon County, you gotta get a permit for it, and they tell you when you can do it, where you can do it, and everything else. Why aren't you taking care of that, Brent?
I didn't know nothing about it, John. I do now.
Okay, the
And
Second
also-
Amendment, the Second Amendment.
Right.
Okay, do you believe that Macon County is violating our constitutional rights to carry a firearm?
Right to bear an arm?
No. We are not allowed to carry a firearm on county-owned properties. The only people that are allowed to carry, now correct me if I'm wrong, to carry a firearm in this building is law enforcement, the judges, the magistrate, council.
I don't know if he can or not, to be honest with you. He can.
You can't? Okay, so council can't do it? The
District attorney.
District attorney, register of deeds,
I don't think the register of deeds can.
clerk of court.
I don't think the clerk can.
Okay. So the Constitution of the United States guaranteed the right of the people. Now, I know it's not absolute. Okay, I understand that. But a purpose of carrying a weapon is for protection.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, let me make this, let me just say this. When I leave this courthouse, if anybody wants to attack me or rob me, do it when I leave the doors of this courthouse through the parking lot. Because I do not park on county-owned property. Because once I get to my car, you better leave me alone. That's a shame, Sheriff. I have a concealed carry permit. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I finally got my first speeding ticket 2 years ago. And I don't have any rights. I would be more considerate of this whole thing if I knew that you as an elected official was looking out after the people's rights.
I am, John.
You say you are.
I am, John.
But as people said here tonight, they disagree with you. So.
They just disagree with Flock. They didn't say that.
They disagree with, if you owned.
Well, I guess they disagree with you too, John, because you signed the budget, what it was in.
That's past tense. I didn't this time.
That's a moot point, right?
I didn't this time.
That's right.
Because I'm the one that called this out. And had no clue because February.
Past two budget cycles.
February, all right, okay.
You want to sit there and say you go to the fine tooth comb, but
well,
it must be a pitchfork.
I thought I could trust you to where we were going. And not put us in an unlawful, or I shouldn't say an unlawful, unconstitutional act that will be proven soon. So you believe the Constitution is the law of the land?
Absolutely.
It's trumps everything.
That's right.
So if North Carolina passed a law.
John, can we talk about Flock?
Yeah, we can, but this is very important about the Constitution because this is the problem. If North Carolina passes a law and you don't agree with it, are you going to enforce it?
If North Carolina passes a law, I'm going to enforce it.
Are you?
100%.
So if North
it's
Carolina,
a ratified law put into place, I have a duty to enforce that law
and not challenge it.
No.
I challenge Town Highlands. And I won under the Constitution, but it took 6.5 years. What they were doing was unlawful. But anyways, let me get down to the nitty gritty.
Sure, let's make a few points and.
Okay, here we go.
Speak.
How many pages was the contract for flop cameras? Not, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Well, you, okay.
Really?
Well, this was just a new contract.
I've got the original contract right here.
Yeah.
Mercy, I'll have to count them all. It's not. Roughly 25.
Mm-hmm. Did you review?
Yeah.
Did you completely understand that contract?
Yeah, with the help, with the help of some colleagues. Yeah, absolutely.
We didn't elect them.
Oh, holy God.
Anyways. So you said that we have 16 cameras. Does that include the ones that the school received in a grant?
That's correct. So we have 12. The school system has 4.
Okay. And it's my understanding that your office had to request those through the school system in order for them to apply for a
They
grant.
were required through a grant through the school system, and any LPR type system has to be administered by law enforcement. Yes. And we do monitor those cameras.
And those cameras were sent directly to the sheriff's department.
I don't know if they were shipped to the Macon County Sheriff's Office or the Macon County School Board. I don't know.
Well, there's a controversy there again, and because the school system said yes, they were. And you decided where those cameras went?
Yeah, they're at schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out taking pictures of state highways, correct?
Yes, but
Okay,
to ensure the safety of.
If they belong to the school system, don't you think they would be up in the main entrance of the school?
They're
Up
facing
in
the
their
main
parking
entrance.
lot?
They're facing the main entrances towards, like Cartuga J, for instance. There's 2 entrances, Cartuga J. One to the west and one to the east.
Who chose what schools to put them at?
Lieutenant Tripp.
Good. Who pays for maintenance of those cameras?
That's into the school system.
Not according to them. They've never been asked for any money for that.
Yeah, it's part of their,
It's part of their payment. Okay.
Okay.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, John?
What's that?
It's part of their payment. It's part of the school system's payment. The maintenance is included in the payment of those cameras.
How many officers in the sheriff's department have access to the system?
The investigation team and the 4 patrol sergeants.
Are they downloaded on cell phones?
Oh, yes, sir.
So cell phones are absolute, no chance of being breached?
Anything can be breached.
Exactly. So how are we protected? What information is public records? So that people of the citizens of Macon County can send in public records.
Well, I have the general statutes 20, you want to write it down, I don't know if you've got it or not.
No, I don't have it.
It's 20-183.32, section E. It says captured plate data obtained in accordance with this article is confidential and not public record as that term is defined in GS 132-1. Data shall not be disclosed except to a criminal justice officer at the state or local law enforcement agency or a similar official at a federal law enforcement agency for a legitimate law enforcement purposes pursuant to a written request from the requesting agency. Written requests may be in electronic form. Nothing in the subsection shall be construed as requiring the disclosure of captured plate data in a law enforcement agency determines that disclosure will compromise an ongoing investigation. captured plate data shall not be sold for any purpose.
Who is this data shared with?
I'm sorry?
Who is the data shared with?
With Macon County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so it's not shared with, anyone else? I mean, if someone's on the hot list, you don't share it with, other law enforcement
I do
agencies?
not. No, sir.
So it goes in, so what's the purpose of a hot list? How do you notify county to county to county to state to state to state?
So whenever we enter a plate, for instance, John Sherrill, we catch you from Macon County to Horry County,
Yeah.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
We're partnered with all these other agencies and we can utilize their cameras. So we're going to watch you go from Macon County to Horry County.
Was that not shared?
No, it's not, because they don't see what hot list is entered.
So, but how do you access somebody else's system?
What they're talking about, plate data shall not be sold for any purpose. Sold.
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 All right.
Commissioner.
Okay, all right. Okay, I just got a few more questions, and it's, these are really,
Commissioner Shields is dying to speak.
oh, go ahead, I mean, I certainly.
This is a courtroom. This seems like that should be a judge or jury making this decision, not Jerry Shields.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Shields.
I have no jurisdiction on what you're saying. I appreciate what's being said here. Burger King's waiting on me.
My son is Station
Leave him
4
alone.
Bliss. He's the first armored division, Mr. Shields. Old Ironside.
Yep.
Can I
Proud.
say one thing just to clarify? I just need the public to know it was included in the budget as capital, but there is a reason it was. It was not trying, and when it was moved, it was not trying to be manipulated. GASB 96 requires us to recognize the asset as capital. So those cameras are an asset, even if they're not property of Macon County. They are an asset. So that is why it is recognized there. That's what brings it to your attention. When it was moved to contracted services, it's because it is now a subscription. So I just don't want it to be that we were trying to be manipulative.
Are you, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so 3 counties in North Carolina or municipal governments has, ended their contracts with Flock. There are other agencies like Apex and a few other ones that are considering the same thing, and every one of them has the same concerns. Privacy of their citizens and who owns the data. So obviously there's some kind of, nationwide concern because that's what all of them are saying. As I said earlier, 82 law enforcement, across the country have now ended, according to the research I've done. This is going on in Virginia, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, all the way across the country. There's major concerns and they all come back to the same. So I don't think all these agencies are manufacturing any untruths. Now I got a hypothetical for you, Sheriff, and I'll end with this one.
Okay.
I'm out of the country. Somebody comes and steals my vehicle. And that thing's picked up on cameras and cameras and cameras. And that vehicle comes back to my driveway because they just needed a loaner vehicle. Who's the suspect in this crime?
Not you.
Why? It's my vehicle.
It's your vehicle, but we're going to do our due diligence.
Are you not going to come to my house and look at my vehicle and say, right there it is?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I'm guilty until proven innocent.
That's not true.
Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
I guess I'll say something.
Okay.
Cold airs are just me. Obviously, this is a hot topic.
It's a hot topic. around the country. And, you know, I was talking with the command staff, Barry, and one way or the other, I'm glad that this is gonna be over with tonight, to be honest with you, the stress. And again, there's not gonna be any hate from me to these folks back here, nobody. There's enough in this country, let alone right here in Macon County, it's ridiculous.
Well,
The division.
it's probably a little unpopular, of what I would say. I mean, it's a 50-50 issue for me. I understand the whole, you know, tracking your people and doing all the things. I don't feel like that's something that this program is doing unless you're on the hot list. How many people you have on the hot list?
You know, I said earlier, it's anywhere from 1 million to 3 million tags read a month, and there's about 150.
So you got
That's
150.
it. So I don't care that
Well,
Joe Allen's going to
this
church.
is kind of like the quarter of a penny, you know? We'll pay it everywhere else, but we don't pay it here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get these cameras everywhere we go. I've seen it on Facebook, you know, all the things about, man, Jackson County's killing it. Let's just call it what it is. Jackson
How do
County
you
uses
think-
cameras.
Yeah, exactly. And I heard Miss Trix back here mention Leonardo. They do. They track. They get your Wi-Fi, your cell phone data. They can get your cell phone data even if it's off. I didn't know about the microchip, and they are in Western North Carolina. So heaven forbid, don't leave Macon County. They are in Western North Carolina, but Flock don't do that. Flock can't do that.
I mean, I just think that, you know, I mean, it's an emotional thing. Everybody's got their beliefs on it. I just feel like, you know, when you're talking about the actual things that are going on as far as the drugs, as far as, you know, my wife's grandmother's 95 years old, get her turned 95 years old. She walks out and leaves. I mean, you know, obviously you'd want to be able to find her. So
Yeah.
to me, there's there's really good things that are going on with them. I totally understand the other side of it too. I know this probably hasn't cleared up for anybody, but it just, you know, to me, I feel like we're picking and choosing certain things that we want to either see out of it or not see out of it. I feel like we have entrusted you, and these people have gone through training, and you can carry a gun on your side, but we don't trust you with the camera. You know, so to me, it's, you know, I think there's a lot of good things that are going on in our county. I think that we have made a pretty big impact on some of that stuff. And if the cameras are helping, you know, I totally get the Constitution part of it. You know, I understand where people are coming from, but I mean, we're selling out every day. We're on Facebook or you're on whatever you're on, you're selling out every day.
You're being tracked, regardless if it's a Flock camera.
All your things. I mean,
And you agree with that, won't you, John? We're being tracked regardless.
But where is it in?
Well,
It ends
let me
in
just say
Macon
that
County.
It's
if
not going
these,
into Macon, John.
my only stance on it is that these cameras are helping us keep drugs off the streets, out
They
of our
are.
kids' hands, out of the grandkids. And that's not always gonna stop 100% of that. We know that.
Yeah, true.
But I just feel like we're picking and choosing what we want. And again, it's like the quarter of a penny. We go everywhere and spend it, but we can't do it here because of tax increase. But we're gonna drive through Jackson County and they're gonna track you, you know, they're gonna track you.
Yep.
You're gonna drive through Raven County or Hampshire, wherever they have the cameras. It just, you know, to me, I feel like we're making them out of one.
I agree. Thank you.
Let me just say, appreciate the job, what you do. I think we're in the wrong position here tonight. I think that if this is to be handled anywhere, it should be handled in a court of law. And, I don't think it's up to us to turn against each other on different positions. We're all in the same house. But if there's something going on wrong here, it should be handled legally or pursued like that. Again, Gary Shields has learned about this early. Within the last week, walking out of a building, somebody asked me what a flock camera was, and I thought she drinking. I didn't know what a flock camera was, but I appreciate what John has shared here. I appreciate what you do, how you handle it. There may be some questions in both situations, but I want to say thank you for what you do for Macon County.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Thank you.
We're all in this together, but we're in the wrong arena tonight.
Thank you.
In my opinion, if it's wrong, then a court of law should say it's wrong. And we'd be required to make a decision. And I appreciate, John, what you said, appreciate what you said. There's no winners in this. It has to be handled legally, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Shields.
Brandon, I want to say thank you for the job that you and your officers do. And I am in total agreement with Mr. Shields right now. There's enough dividing us in this country, and yes, this is a super important topic, but you're gonna find different sides of this no matter how you look at it. There's pros and cons. I'm a constitutional guy, so I get that side of it, but at the same time, I work with kids, and if one of those babies get abducted, I want that guy found immediately. So it's a tough situation. So thank you guys for what you do, but honestly, just like Mr. Shields says, we got enough stuff dividing us in this country at this point. Like, how much more? Where does it stop? Where does it end?
Couldn't agree more.
So, thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Thank you.
Last comment.
Mr. Shields.
And I guess we need to take action on this or no action or.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we deflock Macon County.
Gosh. Second. I hear a motion by Commissioner Sherrill, second by Commissioner Antoine. I think my comments, I've dreaded this conversation for probably 3 weeks now. And Mr. Shields is so wise. I mean, the division between just the citizens, whether you're for or against, it's national politics that I don't know. I don't know where it lands. I don't know what the correct answers are. I feel like, in my personal opinion, we have 70% of the county that has no clue what a flock camera is, and tomorrow they're not even gonna know this meeting happened. And I think there's 15% that support the flock cameras, and there's 15% that don't support the flock cameras. And you sit here and, I've struggled with it. 3 weeks ago, I told the sheriff, if the elected sheriff of the county comes up here and asks for the cameras, I'd support it. And for for probably 2 weeks now, I went around to about everybody I've spoken to, plumbing stores, just the construction workers, the guys that are on the jobs I work on. And I found one person at the plumbing store that actually says, I don't mind the cameras. But I feel like it's a bipartisan issue. I mean, the gentleman made reference to Subarus and Boots, and I feel like they're both in here and they both share the same ideas. And that's where I struggle. It's not like it's a Republican Democrat issue or a major division. I think people, have nervous tendencies to the government as a whole. I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But I hate that it's landed in our lap, and I will say, not to dig at the sheriff, but I think there's not been a lot of just generalized public information put out about these. I think, a lot of people don't even know what flock are, and then you read the tags on Facebook and social media, and then everybody kind of, flares up. So, in my heart, I just genuinely feel like the people that I represent, the people that I work with, just the average day, working man and woman that I run into, they don't want the cameras. And I feel like I represent those people. I wish there was more information that would come out. I hope there is more information that comes out. But I just feel like the people I'm gonna run into tomorrow, they don't want the cameras. And that's kind of where I've landed on this. I work for the people put me here, and I've had an overwhelming majority of people reach out and say they just don't want them, period. An overwhelming amount of people. And I've had very, very, very few, and I can count on one hand, people that say, yeah. And most of those people say, I don't know what they are, And it's kind of where I'm at. I hate it. Hate's a strong word, but I hate it. And I don't know what else to do. I mean, we all, our kids play together, and, I have a handful of kids myself, and it makes me nauseous to think about, not having this, and that could have saved that, so it's very divisive.
Did you say one other thing? Mr. Ridenhour, you're their legal counsel. I don't think this is any of our business I think this is the business of the court system. I just feel uncomfortable making a legal decision if something's illegal or legal as a county commissioner. I think it needs to go through a legal system, in order for it to me, for it to be real. And, I think one of our neighboring counties, they've gone through the system and they've chosen not to be a flock representative. But I feel uncomfortable making a decision as a commissioner that I feel strongly that this is a legal situation for Macon County. That's my comment.
Well, I'm not sure if you had a question for me or not, so.
Well, you're the legal person here, and I don't know.
Well, I guess the question that you're answering tonight is whether or not you are funding, the question that you're asking yourself tonight is whether Macon County is funding this, line item. So you don't have to make the legal decision on the legality of it. Your decision tonight is on whether or not you choose to fund this, expense.
I agree. I was actually going to say that the decision that I believe the motion covers is the money that's been put into the line item that's specified for license plate readers. Do you want that money to be used for that?
And Mr. Shields, if I may, according to the state, this is a local government issue. This is not a state. They have all the rules and regulations pertaining to tag readers. So it's up to the cities and the counties to decide whether or not you want to continue with these systems. So the state tells us it is on our backs to decide. And in my opinion, the general public has been very clear they do not want these cameras. And I think we have their money and we have an obligation to them to not spend their money for something they don't want. And that's according to the state.
Okay, so just to clarify, the other entities have their own choice. In other words, Macon County doesn't have any authority that's not handed to it by the state. So that's called ultra buyers. And we can only make those decisions that we've been enabled to make by the state. So if the state highway patrol comes in and says, teams up with the DOT and says, we, the state, are going to put cameras within the state DOT, and Macon County is going to accept that, then Macon County doesn't have a say in that because Macon County doesn't have the authority to say so. What we have the authority to talk about is Macon County money being used to buy cameras per contract that Macon County's entered into. So that's the authority that you have is purely Macon County money basically on this decision. You don't have the right. I heard a comment earlier tonight that outlaw all type of surveillance cameras within the county. Okay, well, if you don't have the authority, ring doorbells. You don't have the authority to tell somebody that they can't put a ring doorbell on their up on their house or a security camera outside. If that security camera picks up car tags or vehicles, so be it. That's you have the right to put up those cameras. Lowe's, Walmart has the right to video you while you're in the store. They're all doing that on their rights on their property. So the same holds true with state-owned property, this county-owned property, and county-owned contract. So again, the issue before you is purely whether or not Macon County is going to spend Macon County money on cameras on behalf of the Macon County Sheriff's Department. That's all the authority we have.
I'm done. Any last comments?
I'm getting ready to to make up my mind, so don't burn my house down. I hope that's your way.
But is this something that the county can vote on, or is this just us, or is it?
So
Is
we have a
this,
motion on the floor by Commissioner Sherrill, second by Commissioner Antoine, to use taxpayer dollars to fund license plate readers within Macon County. And the funding amount is about,
So we have, their motion was to not fund, to not spend.
I'm sorry, thank you for the correction, motion is to not fund.
$47,000 is currently in investigations contracted services line. We would need to know what the sheriff would like us to do with that if this motion passes.
We'll see which way it goes first.
If his motion passes,
If John's motion
where would you want
passes,
that?
we're gonna need it in our overtime.
Let's hire another deputy, put them down the state line. How about,
All
I
right,
support your eyes better than I will somebody.
we have a motion,
Okay.
second, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? All in favor to defund LPRs, please raise your right arm, say aye for the record. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please let the record reflect the vote was unanimous, 5-0.
So, right quick, Josh, now, are those funds, that 47,000, will it go into overtime line
I will
items
say
for
those funds,
investigations?
in my opinion, to be used at your discretion.
Okay,
Now,
those funds
That's my
actually,
personal opinion.
listen, at the end of the day, once a budget ordinance is enacted, I can do with what I want. I've got case law, I've got general statute, but I didn't bring that up because this is not, I'm open.
We're over it.
Yeah.
So-
We all are.
so Chairman, at this time, I would like to know when these cameras are gonna disappear from Macon County.
I'm not gonna speculate, but I'm gonna assume when the contract expires. Is that a fair assumption?
Completely up to you guys. If you guys choose to end access to them now, you can. If you wanna wait till October, you can. As well. You guys have paid for your service up to
So are the cameras actually removed or is just access removed?
whatever you choose you want. If you guys decide tonight that you would like to remove access, then you remove the cameras.
The one thing I would caution the board on, we need to look at that agreement to make sure there's no early out clause or any kind of issue.
You have a non-appropriation clause built into the contract. You're just gonna 30-day notice.
Leon, shut access off in 2 seconds.
So Chairman, at this time, I would like to make a motion that those cameras leave Macon County immediately as soon as it's feasible for the company to remove.
Motion by Commissioner Sherrill.
Guess I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Breeden.
When I heard the word feasible, is that still the contract?
There's only 12 questions. There's only 12 cameras that belong to the sheriff's office. The other 4 are the schools.
I'm not touching the schools. I can't. They're not the sheriff's office property.
Then if the school wants to continue with those cameras, then I think those cameras should be moved to be on school property only.
They are.
Well, the one out at the Cartoon J School or West Macon School is sitting there getting tags on the old Murphy Road. So if the school system wants those, then I want to make sure that they are only getting tags as they enter before you get to the school and not retrieving public tags, just like the 2 cameras that's out at the roundabout next to the MVI. Are those your cameras or those school cameras?
School cameras.
Okay, so please remove those and put them either to middle school on their grounds to where they're not, taking pictures of any public highway tags of the citizens of Macon County. And wherever the fourth one is, I don't know. But please remove it and put it on school grounds to where it's only capturing tags that are there for school business. And if the school system wants to continue, then they can certainly deal with the sheriff's department and all that. So I can't answer for the school system, but I want those, I would like those cameras moved to full school grounds solely.
I'm gonna go ahead and call the question. Any other discussion pertaining to the motion by Commissioner Sherrill, that was second by Commissioner Breeden to remove LPRs essentially immediately. Any other conversation? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right arm and state aye for the record. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Tammy, please let the record reflect votes 5-0. Unanimous. All right, that wraps it up. Item B, new business, schedule a public hearing on proposed revisions to the high impact ordinance and request the planning board to review. Council.
Okay. Okay, so we talked about how I think the board has the intentions of tweaking the high impact ordinance to specifically include data centers, server-based facilities. There is some proposed language in your agenda packet. There is actually, that's in the agenda packet. Again, that's chapter 157 of the Macon County Code of Ordinances. We changed that definition and applicability 157.04. There is proposed language to the changing in that definition section in 157.05. And then Joe likewise reminded me that those revisions, and that didn't appear in the agenda packet. The agenda packet went out before we got those caught, but also there's 157.20 paragraph O. That one we'll go ahead and include, at least for consideration by the planning department, to include data centers. And then that likewise changes as Ms. Baste pointed out in 157.21. There are, I hesitate to do this, but with AI, everybody has access to some information of law. Some of it's right, some of it's not. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to try this. This may backfire, and this may be the worst, one of the worst decisions I've made. If you're listening, if you wanted to put in your AI search, we don't like strip joints in Macon County. They have no business. They demean women, and it is a cause for trafficking of children and young girls. And so we want to outlaw strip joints in all of Macon County. We're the county. We're going to outlaw strip joints in Macon County. Okay, sounds like a great idea, right? Put that in your AI and see if you can outlaw strip joints in Macon County. All right? You don't have to do it right now, but if you do it, we'll see what the answer is. I assume AI is going to answer that one correctly, and that answer is you can't do it. But what you can do is you can regulate. All right? And so how do you regulate? Well, you make it so, yeah, it's legal under these circumstances. And under the circumstances, that ain't gonna happen. All right, that's how you do it. All right, so if the language isn't 3 pages of definitions and creates all these words, lots of words create lots of loopholes. All right, so sometimes a little vagueness is okay, because what a little vagueness allows is for a human being, rather than a computer AI assisted search, it allows for a human being who is familiar with what was going on in Macon County, such as Joe Allen, to make the call on whether or not this business is or is not a data center or a business that's going to work, or not, according to our ordinance, all right? So if it says in here that, yeah, they're allowed, they're only allowed if it is X amount of feet away from something, if it doesn't use excessive electricity, if it doesn't use excessive water, if it doesn't do anything which is going to environmentally impact our community, and it isn't audible from any other adjoining place, and it only operates between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7, and it cannot operate between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., guess what happens with those data centers? They can't locate here because that is not how those work. But guess what? They're allowed under our ordinance. You bet. You can have it as long as you comply with the rules that we did. All right, so we've got rules in place. It's not illegal. There hasn't been, this stuff hasn't been around long enough for it to get to the Supreme Court on a First Amendment right. All right. So Larry Flint can take Penthouse to the Supreme Court, and Chief Justice Stewart has this long, often used quote, which is, "I can't define pornography, but I know it when I see it." All right. So if you try to define pornography, yeah, I mean, what is art? What is pornography? It's hard to define, but you know it when you see it. All right. So we have a little bit of that. So if I catch a lot of heck about how, dang right now, this isn't very solid, you could have used somebody else's, look at what some big city did. They have 10 lawyers that worked on this for ages, and it's 100 pages long, and by golly, that's the one. Yeah, that might have worked for that city. All right, so some of it is, I'm not necessarily that I'm the expert on, certainly on data centers or the language and ordinances, but I know what we need to do, because when this does go to the Supreme Court, and if the Supreme Court says it's a First Amendment right that you have to have them, and we've completely outlawed them, then we lose. All right? But if we allow them only according to our criteria, then they're okay. So I throw all that out there now, so if I go to the planning board meeting and I catch a lot of heck about, what the heck's this? You tweak this little bit, and you tweak that little bit, and you and Joe Allen think that that's good enough. I mean, what have you been doing? All right. There is reason to it. So I throw all that out there just to say that Joe's really good at his job. I'm not as good at mine, but I do have some history with ordinances and what is allowed and what's going to be challenged, and knowing the First Amendment rights. Those are the bee's knees, and you bring that argument up. Data centers, they provide AI for people who otherwise wouldn't have access to that information. So therefore, that is like a library. Guess what the library big argument is? First Amendment rights. You have the right to read books. You have the right to this. So if you apply that First Amendment right stuff to AI, which is going to happen in data centers, then people have the right to AI. Then the only way you have the right to AI is access to data centers. The only way you have access to data centers is we got to have it. So anyway, we have got this. We've got some. There's a method to the madness. If it looks like it's again, if it looks like it's sophomoric and drafted by somebody that could have been drafted by a kindergartner, that was a little bit of the intent. Just so you know. All right. So, sorry about all that.
Two things. We need to schedule a public hearing, and we need to figure out the next planning board meeting, and hopefully before the public hearing. Do we have any dates?
Meeting is August 6th.
For the next meeting. For the record, the next planning board meeting is August 6th.
5 p.m. 5 room of the Human Services Building.
At 5 p.m. at AD room of the Human Services Building, which is just to the right of the landfill.
1830 Lakeside.
1830 Lakeside Drive. And at this time, we need a motion to schedule a public hearing for our next scheduled board meeting.
Yes.
So we'll have that.
would have the public hearing. This is a 160D ordinance, which means it's a land planning ordinance that does require a public hearing beforehand. We can have the public hearing before next board meeting and then vote on it later that evening.
So I hear a motion by Commissioner Antoine, second by Commissioner Breeden. Any further discussion?
No, I think it's, I've had a few conversations with Senator Corbin about data centers and what's going on in the state level. And, it's my understanding that the state is no longer offering incentives for, data centers in the state of North Carolina. So there's some action, in the state level. And also, I think, they are looking at the fact of, back to Mr. Ridenhour's conversation or comments, that, and I sent him a text message to see, but it's my understanding we're gonna be able to completely ban them from the county, but I'll clarify that before the next public hearing.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right arm, state aye for the record. Aye. Any opposed? Any motion passes 5-0. All right. We have removed item F from the consent agenda. I hear a motion by Commissioner Breeden. Second by Commissioner Antoine. All in favor, please raise your right arm, state aye for the record. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We do have an appointment. SCC Board of Trustee, we have one seat. We have ballots for that, we have a recommendation.
Let me say one word on that, if I can. Let me just react to that a little bit to see who this pertains to. At one time, in 2024, I was the trustee to SCC. When I became chairman in 24, I felt uncomfortable being that trustee, so I went to talk with Dr. Thomas. And at that time, he said, stay with me till this summer, then you do not have to have a commissioner on this. Is that?
That's correct. You can have a commissioner, but it does not have to be a commissioner. This appointment is the remainder of Brett Rogers' term.
Okay. The reason I'm saying this is because you really get in complicated situations if you're gonna be a trustee at Southwestern. Because this board vote one way, when you get to Southwestern, you're gonna be sitting there with a red face because you can't vote that way. So at that time, when that summer came up in 24, I got out of the trustee business because it was too awkward to be a trustee and you had a difference of a budget opinion about something. They voted one way and you voted another, the board voted another way. And you had to, well, ethically to me, you had to vote the way your board went, not to the trustee board. So I just wondered if that rule was still there where it does not have to be a chairman. But at one time it did or something like that.
It does not have to be a commissioner. And then obviously tonight you only have one applicant, so you don't have a ballot. So you can either choose to accept that applicant or we would have to repost.
And who was the applicant?
The one applicant is Mr. Logan Gillespie.
Carl Stewart, that's his boy, isn't it? Yeah. And he's a non-commissioner, so he's fine.
I'd like a motion that we approve.
Second.
What? I hear a motion by Commissioner Breeden, second by Commissioner Shields. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right arm, state aye for the record. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0, Ms. Tammy. All right, closed session?
Yes. Got to. Okay, so I need to go into closed session under 143-318.11A3 in order to discuss with the county attorney and also include in that pending litigation that may involve the county of Macon.
Do you anticipate any action?
No, I do not anticipate any action.
Need a motion to go into closed session. Hear a motion by Commissioner Breeden, second by Commissioner Antoine. All in favor, please raise your right arm, state aye. Aye.